All right, thanks for joining us here. It's midnight. We're going to start a live stream on WIBW.com right now. Our social media live streams are going as well. And we're going to go probably till 4 o'clock in the morning, maybe even later with this, as the severe weather is ramping up and really could go late into the night. So we have a few severe storm warnings already. I'm going to get into those. So tonight, here's kind of what we're looking at. The risk of seeing tornadoes is not all that high. We could see a small tornado, a couple small tornadoes. Big tornadoes are not likely around here, but there's a reason I'm here at midnight, starting a live stream and breaking in here on TV to talk to you. So we have concerns here. There's potential for hail bigger than 2 inches diameter. We're already seeing that with a couple of the storms. There's potential to see rotation in these, so we can't rule out tornadoes. There are going to be a lot of warnings tonight. What I expect is, this is going to be common, is a lot of people are going to try to sleep, and there'll be storms outside that are so loud, maybe just quarter-size hail would be enough to wake somebody up. Lightning, thunder, just kind of scary in the middle of the night. So we're going to be here live streaming really all night long, and we're breaking into programming frequently in the middle of the night as we can, but we'll continue with the live stream all night. So we'll be here with you. We'll try to answer some questions if we can get to it. But there are going to be a lot of warnings tonight, so it may be difficult for us to get to a lot of the questions that I wish we could. So here's what we have going on right now. 20 minutes ago, we had no warnings at all. All right, McPherson had a warning already about 30 minutes ago, I guess. But this warning just came out a few moments ago. This storm has hail about the size of ping pong balls. That's what we got with this. Dickinson. That's not Dickinson and Morris County. That's going to be Wabaunsee County, Gary, and part of Morris County there as well. I'm not sure why it's showing the wrong county on that one. I think it's zoomed out, and it was preferring the one that had the bigger attributes on it. So this storm is located in Alta Vista. What you'll notice here is already has this hook shape. Now, the hook shape does mean it's spinning. In many cases, a hook just means it's powerful enough to produce big old hail, wake a lot of people up. I'm here. Mitchell's right there. We're here late at night for a reason. So these are going to scare some folks tonight, probably going to have some damage. So that's one of these storms that has just gotten going, and you can see that right away it's got a hook with it, just almost immediately. So this extreme dynamics in the atmosphere that will allow these storms to become very powerful very fast. This storm is a severe storm warning for Clay, Pottawatomie, Riley County. So if you're in Manhattan, that storm is not you. It is raining in Manhattan right now, or it was a moment ago, but that storm is not you. So Randolph, Riley, you have hail about the size of a $50 that is possible around you. And checking out the hail on this, the biggest part of it is actually the north part of Riley County now. But the Weather Service is warning for these because they expect them to ramp up. Farther down here, this storm is moving into Dickinson and Morris County. And this one has the hail is 2 inches diameter is what we're seeing on this. Let's check out where the hail core is on this one. And again, this one has rotation. I'll show you the rotation first. Let's do that. So on the velocity here, you can see spin right about here. This part of the storm is spinning as it moves across the southwest part, or the west part of Marion County, out of McPherson County. So that's part of the storm. Now the warning part of it we're talking about is moving up into parts of Dickinson and Morris County. So there you go. That's the part that's got the hail that could be up to 2 inches diameter, and that's going to continue moving north and east. There's another storm over here that's almost into Saline County. See, that has a hook on it as well, right about there. So that's going to be moving into Saline County and then up to the north and east. These storms are not going to fall apart or fizzle or that kind of stuff like they most of the time do late at night. When I talk to people about storms all the time, obviously, and one of the things that I'll talk to them about with storms in Kansas is we don't tend to see a lot of high-end severe weather in the middle of the night. Most of the time I go home at 11 o'clock. When the 10 o'clock show's over with, I can get out of here. This is a different case. Missouri, Illinois, Deep South, they have late night tornadoes and that kind of stuff. That's more common. For us to have a late night severe weather episode like this is rare. So again, we're going to cut in on TV frequently. We'll continue with a live stream almost all night, or at least till this threat dies down. But for right now, we're going to go back to programming on 13.1, but we will stay here on the live stream and talk more about this really all night long. So stay with us. We'll keep you safe and informed.
Did you happen to fix the phone?
I did not. Do you want to try calling it from mine?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I don't hear it, Mitchell. All right, so we'll break in on TV frequently tonight, as I mentioned here. So here's what we've got going on. These storms are all hail producers right now. These are going to be loud, no doubt about it. And if you have reports, I'm going to try to monitor the WIBW weather Facebook page. We have so many different social media presences. I can't monitor 9 things, and the weather here. So we'll try to monitor that one and see if we can keep track. So this is a hail core right there near Volland, just southeast of Volland. This is going to start moving up to the northeast and could make it to Maple Hill. This storm will probably get into Topeka. And let's check out the motion on that and kind of the timing. That one's going over the radar. And of course, a couple of nights ago when we had the tornado warning that included all of Topeka. Go ahead. You got to go back there? Mm-hmm. Go ahead. But we had the warning that covered all of Topeka. The radar got hit first, and we had problems with the radar the rest of the evening, and that may even be why Topeka had the warning with it. Did you find it? Mm-hmm. All right, good. All right. So on the live stream, we'll kind of dance around here a little bit. All right, so that storm moving through Wabaunsee County has hail the size of ping pong balls. It is not a tornado. It is loud. Northern part of Riley County, this storm has 1.25 inch diameter hail. That is about the size of a $50. And the wind speed on this is less than 50 miles per hour right now. So it's not an extreme storm, but it is still kind of growing and expanding. The worst one we have right now is this, although it doesn't look as organized as it was a few minutes ago. It still has a hook with it that I don't like. But this storm coming out of Marion County, moving into Dickinson County and the southwest part of Morris County. So for Council Grove is actually not in one of the warnings right now. You're in between 2 different warnings. There are 2 different warnings that are in Morris County, this one and that one, and neither one includes Council Grove. But the storm to your southwest still has big hail with it and could bring hail that's, that could 2 inches diameter or close to it over to Council Grove. That's a real possibility. As we loop this, what I'm noticing there is a few minutes ago, right here, you had one big core where the hail was with this. And that's when the warning came out. Now, as we roll forward here, you'll see the area brighter pink is kind of over Lost Springs heading into Morris County, but it's not one big nasty spot. It's kind of spread out a little bit. So that storm doesn't look like it's holding its form like it was a few minutes ago, but still severe. This storm moving out of Ellsworth and Lincoln counties into Saline County, that is going to be big hail. Says $50 size on the warning here, but it could be bigger than that, and that's going to be moving on to I-70 shortly here. I'm bringing up the hail zone to see what the hail estimate is on that. It's still, about $50 size, so that one's not terrible. I'm going to look at the hail estimate there on the storm that's coming out of McPherson County. I don't see the bright yellows there. So that storm may be producing hail that's bigger than golf balls, but it also might not be at this point. So we have 4 different warnings we're tracking. And I'm going to take it back to the composite here and show you this. So you can see how this kind of developed over the last couple of hours. And you can kind of see why I planned on starting a stream here at midnight. So 2 hours ago, you just had some general showers in western Kansas. But as we've gotten to midnight here, the energy has now shown up, the stronger jet stream winds aloft, and setting us up with the stronger storms. There's a low-level jet stream that also is kicked in tonight. That happens after sunset many times. It's coming in from south, while the jet stream winds are coming in from the west and southwest, or more straight from the west. So that difference in direction with the low-level jet and the upper-level jet stream winds, those combine to produce the spin that makes these things become even more powerful. I do want to visit this down south as well really quick here. We've had several tornadoes touch down. You remember what's the town in southeast Kansas that was hit earlier today? Do you know?
It started with the S.
Yeah, I remember that. That's what I know there was a tornado near Joplin. I wasn't tracking everything that closely. I was kind of watching this stuff as we went toward Joplin early this evening. And, oh my gosh.
Sycamore,
that's it. Yep. So Sycamore was hit by a tornado earlier this evening. And, if you heard about that, you've heard about, the tornadoes over by Joplin this evening, just because that happened earlier doesn't mean that something like that's even possible up here. What's happening up here is probably going to be a lot of hail, some strong wind tonight, and most likely we're going to see a lot of people being awakened by the storms. All right, they canceled part of a warning. Okay, they canceled the warning for Morris County for this storm because it's moved out of Morris County. So this is just Bunsey County and Gary County, or Dickinson and Morris. Wait, that's not Dickinson and Morris. Why is the thing doing that? It's Gary and Bunsey are in this. There we go. Now it's favoring the whichever one's got the bigger attributes, what it's doing there. So, all right, so we've got a severe storm getting into the Alma area now. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible with this, and hail up to the size of a $50. So let's watch and kind of see where the spin is going with that. And again, it's not a tornado warning. I'm just trying to watch everything. And the biggest hail core on that to me looks like it's a couple of miles north of Alta Vista. The location on that right now. To the north, this storm just doesn't look that impressive now. But Clay County, Pottawatomie County, and Riley County, northern Riley County, are in that warning. And this activity is where they'd mentioned we could have hail up to 2 inches diameter with this storm that's moving into the southern part of Dickinson County and the southwest part of Morris County. So this one, the worst hail core on that looks like it's around Harrington. Mitchell, you have anything new that I'm not saying?
Well, a bunch of people are asking if you think it's safe to sleep tonight.
Oh, it's just going to be hard to sleep. I would say it's hard to sleep because it's going to be so loud out there with some of these storms. So, the Weather Service has said that, tornadoes are possible. But there's nothing in the world is saying that there's a high risk of tornadoes or that they're even likely. It's just that we can't rule out tornadoes. So, I hate to say it's fine to sleep and put somebody in danger. I would say, you don't see me squatting and saying, please take shelter, or please, it's not like that. This from what I see right now, this is just really loud. Let me look at the actual wording from the severe storm watch here, and it'll give you an idea of how they feel about the tornado. So first of all, there is a tornado watch in southeast Kansas right now. So the National Weather Service could have put a tornado watch up here easily. I mean, they could make that decision if they felt like we had a high chance of seeing tornadoes up here. But the fact that they didn't put a tornado watch up here means that's a decision. Now, the watch up here says primary threats include scattered large hail and isolated very large hail to 3 inches in diameter, likely. So they're saying 3-inch diameter hail, not for everybody, but they're saying that we are likely to have 3-inch diameter hail at least in several spots. Okay, so they think that's something that's going to happen often enough to mention at the watch. 70-mile-per-hour winds are likely. A tornado or two is possible. So 3-inch diameter hail likely. 70-mile-per-hour winds likely. A tornado or two possible. You know, if you're wording something like that, you know, you're talking about, you know, some other danger, you know, it's a wild animal or, you know, whatever it might be. You know, if you were going to say a tornado or two is likely, you know, that would be different. So, you know, if you're trying to make a decision whether to go to sleep or not, you know, your chance of getting hurt by a tornado tonight, really low. Your chance of being awakened tonight by lightning and wanting to know what's going on, that's high. I mean, the chance you're going to have a severe storm wherever you are that will wake you up and you just want to check the live stream and see what's up, that's likely. We encourage folks to have some way to wake up if there is a tornado warning. So weather call will wake you up. It'll call you if you have a tornado warning for your address, for where you are, not just the same county, but where you are. Our weather app, you can actually go into settings and change the sounds. So you can, like on my phone, I have it set that if a tornado warning is issued, it whirs like a tornado siren. That would wake you up. The weather radio will wake you up. Other weather apps will wake you up. All those different things can. So you just need to have a way to wake up. You know, that's what I encourage you. You know, so if you have something to wake you up, then you can sleep without a worry at all, really. If you don't have a way to wake you up, I can say that there's not a tornado watch. This is a severe storm watch, and the National Weather Service says that super big hail is possible, or likely. It says super big hail is likely. Winds of 70 miles per hour are likely. Tornado 2 is possible. Mitchell, what do you got?
Just by the way, the Harrington Fire Department is reporting half an inch hail at K4 in US 77. Yeah.
Okay. So that is not legendary hail. That's hail, but that's not terrible. That was near Harrington?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's right about there. So if we had hail that's not quite to an inch of diameter in this area, the storm is moving in to parts of Morris County here, then that's obviously not terrible. It could be much worse. All right. Everybody good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I accidentally turned off my mic to get water because I didn't want my voice, my slurping to your voice.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, I'll bring up the comments here so I can see what people are asking about. All right, the setting is due tornado siren for severe storm warnings in 13 app. Yes. Nisi said the same thing I did, that you can put in the tornado warning with a siren, and it is loud as HE double hockey sticks. Wes is going to bed. I ain't mad at you. I just hope you have a way to wake up just in case. Blue Rapids, should you go to bed or could you chill out? Blue Rapids, the farther north you are, the less your risk would be of having a tornado. So the farther north you are, the better. As I was mentioning, and I'll bring up the watches here, there is a tornado watch for southern Kansas. There is a severe storm watch up here. So that is a tornado watch. Tornado watch in southwest Missouri as well. And an odd gap right here for 3 counties, including Pittsburgh, Kansas, I believe, down there. So there's a tornado watch down into Oklahoma as well. Yellow, tornado watch. Severe storm watch up here. So if you are in Blue Rapids, look how far north you are from the tornado watch. So like I mentioned, the National Weather Service, if they wanted to put it, if they really felt like a tornado was a significant risk up here, they would put a tornado watch up here. But the watch they gave us mentions 3-inch diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So we're not going to take our eye off it here just in case, right?
And we also need to be cognizant as we go throughout tonight that we could see some heavy rainfall in some spots. And so, we really just need to be cognizant of that as well, because there is a flood watch for the northeasternmost counties in the viewing area.
Right. So flash flooding is a possibility tonight as well. And flash flooding is the most dangerous if you're driving and at night. So the combination of night and driving is one of the biggest dangers for flash flooding. So if you have to be on the roads tonight, use a lot of caution, as there will be absolute downpours. And it looks like this is starting to get kind of a training look to it, with these storms kind of moving from west to east. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's check out a live look here from Council Grove, as you have a severe storm that's just about to move into town. So this is looking to the west from the east side of Council Grove there. We had a really wild shelf cloud move through Council Grove earlier today with the severe winds. So that's how it looks right now. And that storm has the possibility of hail of the size of a $50. I didn't notice that the northwest corner of Lyon County is also in that severe storm warning. So if you're in Emporia and your weather radio went off or your apps went off screeching at you, it is not for Emporia. This severe storm warning is the northwest corner of the county. And really the worst part of that is probably from Council Grove to Abilene. All right, we also have the severe storm making its way through Wabaunsee County right now. There's a live view from the WIBW transmission tower, which is about 5 miles south-southwest of Maple Hill. And that camera's going to get a beating here in a little bit from the storm. And I mentioned the training that looks like it's setting up here. I will loop this and kind of give you an idea of what in the world I mean. So these storms look like they're all kind of going the same direction, and the potential of having round after round of heavy rain go over the same area. It's kind of paralleling I-70. Looks like it's setting up to be a very high amount of rain here. So that's where the potential for flooding would be maximized when you start to get training. I think this storm says 2.5-inch hail. It does. Okay, so this storm approaching Salina now has hail that appears to be about 2.5 inches diameter, and it says observed. So let's check out what reports came out of it. There's a hail report over here. That is for 1-inch hail. So I don't know where they got. Let's see. Let's just read the text on it. I can do that. So they say observed with this, and the threat of 2.5-inch diameter hail. So let me just read the warning for the Weather Service and what they have to say. Tennis ball size hail. And it doesn't say where the hail was reported. Has a history of producing large hail. Okay. All right, so it doesn't say where it was reported. It just says it has a history of producing large hail. What I want to see is, do I have a live camera there in Salina? And if so, how wild does this look yet? So I'm loading the camera. The camera in Salina doesn't seem to want to load. That can be a problem when there's a storm that nasty close by. That's I-70 at I-135. And then right here is I-135 at Centennial Road, mile marker 91, looking to the south. So in the next few moments here, that camera very well may be looking at big hail. All right, so I'm going to check out Facebook here and see if we have any more questions and comments coming in. And then I'm going to yell at the bridge and ask them if we can do another break-in on TV. Will Buckner, Missouri get any of this? I don't know where Buckner, Missouri is. I'm going to guess at southwest. I just don't know. I don't know where that is at the moment. And for some reason I can't do view all comments here. Let's see if I can do it here.
Buckner is in.
Topeka, yes, Topeka is going to get a severe storm. I'd say in probably 40 minutes we'll have a severe storm warning. It's going to hard pass on the hail. I agree.
Buckner's in Jackson County, Missouri.
That's right across the state line, I believe. So yes.
30 minutes, I think, north of
Yeah,
Kansas City.
they'll get a severe storm, almost no doubt there. All right, so let's see. Well, tell me, Remington asked me, tell me if I will see a tornado in Wamego tonight at 2 to 3 a.m. because it's looking bad on future radar. In Council Grove, or Wamego, a tornado between 2 and 3 a.m. Probably not. Very unlikely. I'd be concerned between 2 and 3 that the storm that's in Salina right now would be in Wamego, producing hail that's bigger than golf balls. So you should be ready for that. I would not worry about a tornado hitting Wamego. I really wouldn't. The area, if I was worried about a tornado, I'll just try to be as straight with you here as I can. If I was worried about a tornado in the WIBW viewing area, then I would favor the area that's closest to the tornado watch. So the National Weather Service put that watch down there for a reason. And they mentioned things like, hey, you know, a tornado or two is possible in the severe storm watch area. So another thing I tell people is a watch is not a fence. So, you know, putting out a tornado watch or an SPC outlook or even a warning is not a fence. The weather's going to do what it does. We just try to do the best we can to tell you where it is. So if I was worried about a tornado, I'd really be worried about areas well south of I-70. So Coffee County, Lyon County, for example, you are right by the tornado watch. And these watches usually say that the conditions are possible in and around the watch area. So that's important. All right, now Topeka has a severe storm warning as that storm is coming out of Wabunsee County into Shawnee County. All right, can we do a break-in on TV? All right, thank you. I got to show people on TV the suspenders, right? That's the most important part. I'm ready whenever. He has to run back and forth to do it, doesn't he? Am I on now? All right, thank you. All right, we're doing another break-in here on TV, let people know what's going on, and it's late night, so not a lot of people here on the crew. I've got a person on the other side of the glass that's physically running back and forth to help me with this. So if we look a little funky here at times, bear with us. We have a severe storm warning now for Shawnee County. That's the latest news here. We're continuously live streaming on WIBW.com and on social media as well. I'm answering some of the questions on Facebook, on WIBW, the weather team. So if you have questions, holler at me there and I'll try to get to you. Big concern I have tonight is just people being scared late tonight with loud storm, hail outside. You could have some roof damage, car damage, that kind of stuff from some hail. There's going to be extreme rain in some spots. And we can't rule out tornadoes, but we have a severe storm watch. It's not a tornado watch here. So right now we have a storm that's in the middle of Wabunsee County with hail about the size of quarters, and that is just about to move into Shawnee County. Now the warning includes areas around Silver Lake and Rossville. It doesn't include the city of Topeka at this point. There's a hail core close to Volland. There's a hail core right outside Council Grove right now. This storm in Morris County probably producing hail about the size of quarters. Farther west, this storm is the nastiest thing we have going right now, and it is right by Salina. This storm could be producing hail that is the size of a tennis ball right now. That's a possibility with this one that is right there in Saline County and moving into Salina right now, it looks like. So that's the most dangerous storm that we have, and I'm concerned about that one making its progress to the north and east, as it could affect areas around Abilene, and then Junction City, and then possibly on up into the Manhattan area even. So this is a look at that storm, and you can see the extremely heavy rain on I-70 from KDOT, the CAN Drive page there, and that's I-70 at I-135. I'm going to try this one again. There you go. That's 135 at Centennial. The power might be out there. You can't see anything. Yeah, there's almost surely power out there. I mean, it's not raining so hard you can't see that there's a power outage there. I'm almost sure of it because so that's the storm that's in Saline County right now, around Salina. So maybe it's raining so hard you can't see more than a quarter of a mile, but there's hail falling there. That's a dangerous storm. And the National Weather Service, this watch they have us in, mentions the possibility of hail up to 3 inches in diameter. It mentions 70-mile-per-hour winds, and it mentions that we could see a tornado or two. The tornado risk is probably farther south, and there's a tornado watch that actually is in southern Kansas. I'm going to bring that watch up for you here, and then we'll go back to programming here on 13.1. So southern Kansas has a tornado watch. If the National Weather Service felt like we had a high risk of tornadoes, they would have put the tornado watch up here too. There's no reason that they wouldn't have if they thought that was a high possibility up here. They mentioned 3-inch diameter hail. They mentioned 70-mile-per-hour winds as being likely in our area. They said a tornado or two is possible because you just can't rule them out. So we'll be watching this tonight, and we'll be live streaming all night. We'll break in on TV frequently as well. Mitchell's here with me. We'll be covering this all night long. For right now, again, hail about the size of tennis balls falling around Saline County. Looks to be the worst thing going. And Shawnee County just got into a severe storm warning that goes for another 30 minutes. Stay with us. We'll keep you safe and informed all night long.
Gotta get a sip of your drink.
Yes. I will not make it through the night without caffeine. I am old.
Does that area just to the south of Harrington interest you at all?
Yeah. And it's farther south in the watch area.
Can I point it out?
Yes. Are you able to take Mitchell on the... Here you go.
This is a kind of an area of interest. While it's not in the severe thunderstorm warning right now that covers areas like Harrington and Council Grove, there is winds going different directions just south of Lost Spring. And so I'm watching that right now because it is of interest. That warning right now, though, is for Dickinson, Geary, Lyon, and one other county is in there as well. So covering a lot of area with that one county. And let's take a look at the base reflectivity so I can tell you why we are looking at that storm. As you can see, you can kind of see this bowing shape with the storm. That doesn't necessarily mean there is a tornado or anything like that in it, but it's indicative that there's a little bit of rotation going on, and it's trying to get its act together. So it's something we're going to be watching if you're monitoring on the live stream right now. We definitely will be monitoring that, and we'll be monitoring all the other storms in the area. As you can see, there's also one severe thunderstorm warning currently for Geary, Pottawatomie, and Shawnee counties as well. So that's something we're watching. If you have anybody along I-70 right now, you probably want to tell them to get home fast or get off the roads because that could be producing hail up to 1 inch and winds just around 50 miles per hour, if not less than that. So that's something we're watching. I'll toss it back to you, though, Jeremy.
All right, just somebody in the chat here on WIBW Weather on Facebook mentioned that they're only concerned if my sleeves are rolled up. It's important to know I don't roll my sleeves up. I mean, it's kind of a silly thing to say. If you see me in the suspenders and the red tie, that's a thing. I don't roll the sleeves up. I just don't. So when you're making memes of me, don't roll the sleeves up. I don't do that one. You can have the eyes bug out. You can have me squatting or the hands out or something like that. But I don't roll up the sleeves. So make sure the memes are funny and just get them right. You know, so I just don't roll up the sleeves. I'm not saying I can't if the air conditioning in here. We've had air conditioning problems in the studio before, and if that were to happen, then maybe I'll roll the sleeves up.
Yeah, believe it or not, Jeremy's a big meme guy. He's with the times.
I laugh at it. If you can't laugh at a weatherman, who can you laugh at? And if I had to develop thin skin or thick skin a long time ago, and learn to laugh at myself. So make fun of me. It's fine. I do not mind. So, but we will do our best to keep you informed. But if you want to have fun with me once in a while and pick on me, that's okay too. I don't mind it. All right. So we are watching severe storms. This thing in Wabaunsee County, right along Interstate 70, and I'll bet if I go to the KDOT cameras right along I-70 there, it is, yeah, we've got one there that's in the heavy rain. The storm that's in Saline County, you couldn't see more than maybe a quarter of a mile from near Centennial. So that is just east of K99 from the KDOT camera, Can Drive. This is I-70 at Alma, which was frozen. That's I-70 west of K99 right now. So, we're getting downpour certainly. And you can see where the rain is. It's just kind of paralleling I-70. But the worst storm by far is this dude right here that's in Salina. And you can see some lights over here. So what I was mentioning a minute ago is I think they have power outages because you can usually see lights all through here. And either it's storming so heavily that you can't see the lights, just maybe a mile away, or it's knocked out some power already there. But, no doubt that's an extremely strong storm that's in Salina right now. And that's the storm they're looking at and mentioning 2.5 inch diameter hail. It is the most powerful storm going. Now, we are watching that storm that's in the southeast corner of Dickinson County, as it has a suspicious tail that we have concerns about. So that storm now moving out of Salina. Yeah, I'm still watching this camera from over there from KDOT. Just wondering if that's fog from the ice, and they've got to have a bunch of hail on the ground. And I'm watching some traffic go down the highway there, just seeing if they're having trouble getting through. I can't tell. But the storm, very nasty there. All right, so that storm that's coming out of Saline County is going to move into the western part of Dickinson County. So Dickinson County has several storms that are a problem right now. This storm is one we're mentioning that has a tail to it, and it's farther south, which means it has a higher possibility of rotating or producing tornadoes. Not saying it will, but if that's a candidate we'd be watching for just in case. This storm has hail that's 2 inches diameter or bigger, that's moving towards Solomon and Abilene right now. So I was mentioning Dickinson County problems. That's another one moving into Dickinson County. This storm near New Bern likely has hail at least the size of $50. And we are going to have to watch for the possibility of flash flooding. Let's check out the rainfall rates and how much rain we've seen in the last, I'll do 6 hours here, just to include the stuff that's been from this evening. But these are just all out downpours in some areas. All right, so make sure it's the right amount. Time, yep. So let's check out what we've got there just west of Wilsey. That is more than 2 inches of rain. That's a lot. Okay, so we're seeing some spots that are already over 2 inches of rain. That's going to add up very quickly. All right, so flash flooding is going to be a problem here. All right, back over to reflectivity here. And the warnings we have ongoing. This severe storm warning, right over I-70 from Silver Lake to Rossville, Maple Hill. Weather Service says the winds here are less than 50 miles per hour. Okay, so they are warning this on hail the size of quarters. That's what they're concerned with on that storm that goes from the western part of Shawnee County through Wabunsee County, includes the corner of Riley County and a little bit of Gary County. Here's the next warning. This one is for Gary, Lyon, and Morris counties. And that one goes until 1 a.m., 20 more minutes. But that storm is probably going to outrun the warning, the area that it's in, and that'll become more of a Wabunsee County problem. And it looks like, you'll see if this gets kind of absorbed into this northern line here, because this is moving far faster coming northward. This will probably become buddies with this one near I-70, and I'm not saying it'll make it worse or something, but certainly it is going to add to the rainfall there. All right. What's that? It does look like a claw, or Pac-Man, or I'm old, so Pac-Man's a thing for my generation. All right. Yeah, and Eskridge is in the trouble there. So you have a warning there near I-70. The other warning, I really think this one's going to get, it's going to outrun the area it's in. Now, this thing in the southern part, southeast part of Dickinson County is not in a warning right now, but it probably will be soon. And then this is the worst one near Solomon now. 2.5-inch diameter hail, and that's moving into Dickinson County shortly here, coming out of Saline County, and I believe they just issued that new warning for Dickinson County here. Yeah, so Dickinson County goes until 1. I think that's for the other storm, though. They're just overlapping now. All right, let's check out the KDOT page again. I want to see Solomon when the storm arrives. This should be pretty wicked. I mean, you would not want to be on I-70 driving through this. So that is I-70 135. So in this case, KDOT has probably pointed the camera down to see what kind of hail actually starts hitting there. That's almost surely why they have it pointed down like that. So we'll see. But that's the worst storm, is one coming toward Solomon. There's Chapman with heavy rain, Milford with heavy rain, Junction City. And then we have the severe storm that's lined up down I-70 near Alma. And this part of the storm, they weren't mentioning extreme wind. They were saying hail the size of quarters was the potential with this part of the storm through Wabunsee County. So that's what we have right now from the KDOT cameras there. And I'll jump back and forth to ours once in a while too, of course. All right, so we have a line of severe storm warnings now. It's really right along I-70. And then southeast Kansas has that tornado watch. Do you know what time the tornado watch expires in southeast Kansas?
4 a.m. as well.
Same as our watch, okay. Okay. All right, so again, this is severe storm warning that's in Silver Lake, Rossville, Willard, Maple Hill, Newberry, right along I-70 across Wabunsee County and the western part, northwest part of Shawnee County. They're mentioning hail the size of quarters with this. This is not extreme wind, but it does have hail the size of quarters is what they're looking at. I'm going to go back and check and see if I have comments on the Facebook page. Atchison, Kansas. Yes, you'll see severe weather tonight. Are we allowed to sleep? Yes, you're allowed to sleep. Just if you're south, I'd prefer that you have a way to get warnings tonight. So if you get a warning, I want you to be able to wake up. If you can sleep through hail, many places you're fine to sleep. The concern I have is for areas farther to the south, just in case we do have a tornado. If we have a tornado, it's going to be south. It'll be south of I-70 is the area. All right. Now, I'm trying to see. latest comments on this thing. No. There we go. No sleep till Brooklyn, somebody says. Perfect.
And the likely storms that would cause that haven't really formed yet, as you can see. For southeast Kansas, there's not a lot of activity that's popped up yet, but we are expecting for southeast Kansas at least to see a little bit of activity overnight. But right now we are seeing our severe thunderstorms up in northeast Kansas. As you can see, we have one currently for Geary, Pottawatomie, Shawnee, and Wabaunsee County. Then we also have one for Dickinson County, and it has a considerable tag, likely for hail up to 2 inches. And then we have one behind that is for Ellsworth, Lincoln, and Saline County, and that also has that tag. I'll toss back to you, Jeremy.
All right, thank you, Mitchell. So far, the storm that is just about to Solomon, not quite seeing it on the camera there. You can see the lightning, but this is at Solomon exit 266 on I-70. And I'm starting to see some raindrops there, lightning obviously. But in just a few minutes here, we're going to see hail on the interstate, almost no doubt about it. So that's coming here in just a few moments. So we will check that out, and I'll keep checking back on it and see just how rough this might be. There's a new warning for Morris County. So this one goes to 1:15, and they are saying it's for a very small part of Dickinson County and a very small part of Geary County. Oh my, yeah. Warnings like this, you got to look at it. Says it's, I don't know why it's always favoring the other ones. I've got to work on this thing. So there you go. It's got Dickinson, Geary, Morris. There's a little piece of Geary County in this. There's a little piece of Dickinson County in it, but most of it's in Morris County. So this part of the storm is suspicious. This part is spinning, no doubt. So we got to watch that. So Morris County, we're just watching you. I'm not saying to take shelter or anything, but that's the most suspicious part of this. It's been consistently showing some signs of rotation. The radar doesn't seem to know what to do with it, though. There's definitely something going on. If I click on the values there, those would be really big values. I mean, I don't think the data's right. I'm not sure why it's doing that. But should I show what the values are in there and scare people?
No.
No? Okay. I won't do it. Oh, we have hail now, though. All right, so this is the view from Solomon on I-70. See the hailstones? Hailstones right there. So that is not 2 inches diameter. It is hail. So we can check back on this and from time to time and see how big the hail chunks get. But there's hail falling there along I-70 at exit 266. So you can confirm that there is hail at that location now. So we'll see if the hail gets bigger. But right now there is hail there on I-70 for people trying to get down I-70. That would not be fun to drive through there right now. No way. All right. I'm winding up with the oldest comments on Facebook. Are you able to see the newer ones?
Me able to see the newer ones?
Yeah. If you see newer comments, holler at me because I'm seeing the older ones.
You may have to refresh your page.
Maybe. All right, so the storm getting into Solomon and almost to Abilene, right there. Let's check out what the hail parameter shows here on our computer. I didn't see huge hail showing up earlier. It's not showing huge hail. So the hail maybe it's 2 inches diameter somewhere. Well, it's not 2 inches diameter there, that's for sure. This area near Holland, The hail might be that big. And again, there's the highway, I-70 at Solomon exit. So that's not enough to keep you. That's not enough to keep you awake. There's the Abilene exit. We'll see the storm getting there shortly. The Chapman exit, lots of lightning, some heavy rain, and it's just raining heavily all down I-70. All right, so we have several warnings in the area. None of these are high end, truly. The one is 2.5 inch diameter hail earlier. I'm not sure if it still has that as a, let me see. I'm not sure if it's even mentioning hail that big anymore. Where's the hail ranker? No. Yeah, it still says 2 inch diameter hail with that storm near Solomon going toward Abilene. So for Dickinson County, they still have 2 inch diameter hail possible with this dude getting close to New Bern and getting close to Abilene and Enterprise. So that's a possibility out of this. We will see. Junction City getting some extreme rain right now. The hail is not very big there, obviously. Well, not obviously. It's not extremely big hail. It's just raining heavily. The storm here in Wabaunsee County may have hail the size of quarters, close to Wabaunsee and just south of Wamego right now. Is Wakefield safe to go to bed? Okay. Wakefield, you should chill for a little while. I would not. Are you farther north? I thought you were kind of right in here. Where are you? Oh, Wakefield, where you at? I know Wakefield's in Dickinson County. No, you're not. You're in Clay County. Ah, there you are. That's why. I don't know why I thought you were down there. Okay, Wakefield. Wakefield's pretty far north of the tornado watch. So you can go to sleep in Wakefield. I'd prefer you have something to wake you up if you had a tornado warning. And let's see. Mobile home in Abilene. Ugh. No, that wouldn't be fun. And let's see.
Someone asked. Someone asked about the correlation of lightning and tornado risk.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's something to that. I don't know what the connection is. There's some evidence that there's more lightning right before a tornado. I don't understand that fully, but I mean, sometimes that will happen. But I haven't researched it enough to talk about it. There are some topics you can get me on, and you can't get me to stop talking. For people that know me, you know which topics those are, and not to ask me questions like that unless you want to have me talking for hours. But that one, I'm not an expert in that one. I just don't know. All right, the storm moving through Morris County has severe storm warning with it. This has a hail that's a $half size, is what they're mentioning. We have a consistent hook right there. Now, that could just mean that it's a strong storm. Many times, the fact that they're rotating just makes them more proficient hail producers. So that thing does have spin with it. It's going to have hail. It's moving to the northeast. Council Grove probably going to be affected by this. White City, and that would ultimately start moving up toward areas like Wabaunsee County. So Eskridge will be dealing with that. And the velocity on that, let me see if it still looks scary like it was earlier. It still does. Why does that look like that? Do you see the velocity on that thing?
Yeah. It may be a hail scatter.
It's got to be hail contamination or something. So that color, velocity.
Yeah, I looked at a alternate radar and it says it's a false TV.
Yeah. Thank you.
So
It's just consistently coming up with this. There's something going on there that's making it consistently come up with that scary value. So you will be thankful that I didn't put the numbers on there for what the velocities are indicating. Yeah, let's keep an eye on that hook echo. But yeah, it's got some values that don't make any sense. It has to be hail contamination that's causing it to look like that. But I'm not going to stop looking at it and just making sure. So, all right, let's see. Solomon, the hail is not huge in Solomon. Okay. New warning here, going into Jackson County now. So Jackson County, welcome to the party. We have hail that's the size of quarters. And that is going to go. And it's also the corner of Shawnee County. And this goes until 1:30 in the morning. And we'll see what the Weather Service has to say about this storm moving to Jackson County. 12:55 a.m. Quarter-size hail located near St. Mary's, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Locations impacted: St. Mary's, Emmett, Delia, Pottawatomie Reservation. Moved to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. So stay where you are. Just stay inside. It's not a tornado. You're okay. I believe, where are we at there? That's 142nd. So it's just south of just outside of Mayetta. Mayetta is not quite in that severe storm warning. But the interesting thing about that warning is that it's more of a northeast trajectory. The rest of them are kind of to the east-northeast. This one they have going more northeast. To the west, you're seeing bigger areas of warnings. This one coming into Saline County, a new one coming into Saline County. And another one there in Ottawa County. Let's just check the hail icon, the hail estimations here from the radar we have. And that one coming into the western part, northwest part of Saline County, has hail that could be 2 inches diameter right there. That's an impressive area of hail. That's moving toward areas like Culver and right along I-70. Ooh, this one's got bigger hail now. This one's really ramped up. So that is Dickinson County. This area of yellow, you're getting hail that's 1.5 inches to 2 inches there. That's one of the bigger hail cores we've had tonight. And then the activity in Morris County, I don't trust the hail icon here because the velocity data doesn't make any sense either. So that storm in Morris County could have hail 1 inch or 2 inches diameter and moving toward Council Grove. We'll put this back into animation there. It's not moving super fast by any means. But it's certainly producing hail. We just don't know how big it is at the moment. But the bigger hail cores, these areas that are pink on the radar here, this VIL, vertically integrated liquid, what this one's called. So there's a hail core south of Abilene. We've got a hail core moving into the southwest corner of Ottawa County, the northwest corner of Saline County, kind of right there north of I-70. That's a nasty hail core as well. And we have not seen any signs of the wild wind yet, but late tonight that might be the case, as the computer models were showing what looked like this whole show would end with a burst of severe wind as you get closer to just before sunrise, actually. So this could be a real long night. Any wild questions?
And that says the cold front comes through as well and actually pushes through that. That line will organize into a line and push through.
Okay.
As I showed y'all at around 10 o'clock.
That was a long time ago.
10 o'clock, yeah. It was kind of a long time ago, just about an hour and a half ago. And then I came back in after a 30-minute relaxation, going back home, getting a little bite to eat. But I'm checking those comments.
Yeah, it says, somebody says, is Topeka going to get hail? Very possible. Is Fort Riley and Ogden okay? You are right now. There's a storm coming past Abilene that will reach Fort Riley and Ogden in about 40 minutes maybe. It's not a tornado risk from what I see, but you can have some hail in Fort Riley then. Brown County, Kelsey's asking about Brown County and Horton, Hiawatha. You are far enough north that I don't see a tornado risk at all that far north. You probably have thunderstorms on and off all night. You could have hail the size of golf balls or winds to 60 or 70. The wind will be probably 5, 6 in the morning by the time you get the worst wind up there. But the tornado risk doesn't go as far north as Hiawatha. No way. All right, so let's see. Well, Wanamaker and Topeka say anything, or can we go to bed? You are not likely to see a tornado in Topeka. It's very unlikely. You're still likely to see some hail moving in later tonight, and there's this possibility of some very strong wind right before sunrise in the morning. So, could you go to bed in Topeka? Yeah, you really could. I can't say that the chance of a tornado is 0%, but it's certainly less than 1 for Topeka. It's really low. The tornado risk, if we do have a tornado risk, it's not to the north. It is areas to the south. And the National Weather Service does have a tornado watch down here, the yellow from Greenwood County over to Wichita. That's tornado watch. So if the National Weather Service felt like we could get a tornado in Topeka, if they thought that was a possibility, they issued these watches approximately the same time. So they could have had this watch for the tornadoes go farther north if they felt like that was a real possibility. But this watch, they mentioned 70-mile-per-hour winds, and they mentioned hail to around 3 inches in diameter. They said a tornado or two is possible. They said 70-mile-per-hour winds and 3-inch diameter hail were likely to occur up here. And tornado was possible. So if they say possible in one thing and likely in the other, they didn't say a couple tornadoes are likely up here. They just didn't rule it out. So in Kansas, we don't tend to rule out tornadoes unless, it's snowing outside, and then we're still afraid to rule them out. So the chance of seeing a tornado in Topeka is not 0, but it's pretty close. All right, let's check out the update on the warnings here. Something new came in. There we go. All right, they've upgraded the storm in Council Grove or Morris County to golf ball size hail, and they changed it to considerable. I mean, to me, considerable is a strange word to say, like, this storm is more dangerous. It is considerable. I mean, I guess that's a term some folks use, but, I don't know. This has golf ball size hail with it now, and they say it's still radar indicated. It's for Morris County and a little bitty bit of Gary County, right there. So this storm has hail the size of golf balls possible. Can we go back on TV now? I'm watching you. Just wave at me or thumbs at me or whatever whenever I'm on. I'll step off so I don't look quite as weird when you wave at me. Okay, thanks for staying with us here on WIBW TV. We are continuously live streaming on WIBW.com and social media. We're answering some of your questions on Facebook on the WIBW weather team page, and update right now for you. We have a hail update in Morris County. This storm has hail the size of golf balls. It also includes a little of Gary County, just this little area right there. Most of it is in Morris County. This has a persistent hook on it, which in this case just means it's a proficient hail producer most likely. But near White City and Council Grove, we have a hail core that's moving through Morris County right now. So if you're there, stay inside while this passes. Hail core just north of Wilsey, it looks like there, as we check out the hail indicator as well. There's big hail also close to Abilene and Enterprise. This looks like hail about the size of a ping pong ball is possible with this. And as we check out the hail estimates here, this is showing it's close to an inch, inch and a half right there in the middle of Dickinson County, and that's moving to the northeast. We just had a warning a few minutes ago issued, a severe storm warning for Jackson County and the southeast part of Pottawatomie County. This is the first time we've had one get into Jackson County this evening, and they're mentioning the possibility of quarter-size hail with this near Delia, heading up toward Mayetta. So we do have a severe storm watch for all of northeast Kansas that goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, we've had some folks asking, do we have a tornado risk? Do we have a tornado risk? Can I go to sleep? And we can't say the tornado risk is zero. What I can say here is this map shows a severe storm watch for all of northeast Kansas. Everybody that watches us is in the severe storm watch until 4 o'clock in the morning. This yellow is a tornado watch that goes from Greenwood County down to Wichita. So Emporia's, if you don't know the map, Emporia's right about there. Burlington's right about there. This is Osage City. This is Council Grove here. So the National Weather Service was concerned about tornadoes to the south, all right? Here in northeast Kansas, they said hail to 3 inches in diameter was possible, likely. They said hail to 3 inches in diameter was likely to happen with some of the storms up here. They said winds to 70 miles per hour is likely to happen with some of our storms up here. They said a tornado or two is possible. So that language lets you know they are not leaning toward a whole bunch of tornadoes or big tornadoes up here. They're concerned more about tornadoes to the south. So if we are worried about tornadoes here in northeast Kansas, you would worry more the closer to the watch area you go. So if you're up in areas like Hiawatha, Seneca, Marysville, Washington, Concordia, if you can sleep through hail, you're probably fine. Topeka, if you're on along I-70, it's hard for me to say, sure, you're safe to go to bed, don't worry about it, you're all good. It's hard for me to say it's impossible to see a tornado in Topeka. It's very, very, very unlikely. But around areas like Burlington, Olpe, over to Cottonwood Falls, Strong City, these areas closer to the tornado watch be a higher concern. This thing that's moving through Morris County is suspicious looking enough on radar that I don't want to look away from it for very long. So the tornado risk is very low. It's not zero, but it's low up here. The risk of seeing the tornadoes is down south. We are looking at big hail up here and some pretty wild wind, especially as we get past about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. This will probably become a wind event that will wake a lot of people up. All right, we're going to continue to live stream on WIBW.com. We'll break in here on TV frequently with more updates. Stay with us. We'll keep you safe and informed. All right, Mitchell, I'm going to step out for a moment, okay?
All right.
5 minutes. I won't go far.
All right, so we're going to take a look at the hail here currently. As you can see, let's check the size on this hail. We're seeing with this severe thunderstorm warning currently for Geary and Morris counties, hail up to 1 3/4 inch. And we are also seeing winds less than 50 miles per hour, as you can see right here, for our warning that is just to the west in near Chapman and Woodbine. We're seeing hail around 1.5 inches at that, 1.25 inches in some spots. So we're seeing a lot of hail right now with these storms. These storms are remaining elevated overall, which means they're not becoming surface-based, which is good in limiting the tornado threat. With the storms that are elevated, we usually see more of that damaging wind and hail threat rather than those tornadoes. So that's what we're seeing now. That's what I was mentioning as we were going throughout our newscast earlier today. I was also mentioning that we had that 5% tornado risk, but 5% is relatively low. We had a 5% on the day that the Ottawa tornado, or a 2%. It was either a 2 or 5% for a tornado. And that one materialized just because the atmospheric conditions were very, very potent at the time. And we broke that cap layer, which is that warm layer of air that inhibits storms from forming. So right now we have a lot less energy than we even had on that day within the atmosphere that's above us right now. So I just wanted to mention that. That's why our tornado risk is lower. And we have had a severe thunderstorm warning extended. And so let me check the National Weather Service chat. We have had that severe thunderstorm warning issued for Geary, Lyon, Morris, and Wabunsee County. And they canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Pottawatomie and Shawnee County just a minute ago. So we're still seeing those severe thunderstorm warnings across northeast Kansas. Let's take a look at our velocity scan right now. That might be good to do. It still looks like we may be getting some contamination, doesn't it, here with that Geary, Lyon, Morris, and Wabunsee County warning that is considered considerable by the radar indication, and that is producing hail up to 1.75 inches once again. We are continuing to watch that because of that shape with the base reflectivity that we have been seeing. As you can see, there's kind of that notching feature, but right now it's behaving. Right now total we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 severe thunderstorm warnings within the area, extending all the way from around Hayes out near central Kansas, very central Kansas, to Holton, just north of Topeka. So we're expecting even more severe thunderstorm warnings tonight, and we are starting to see a little bit of activity pop up in southern Kansas as well. As you can see, a storm just to the southeast of Wichita in Cowley County. And so let's go back up to our area though, because that's what all of y'all want to know about. And let me check the chat real quick for all of y'all as well. All right. Yes, Maddie, we could see some of that wind as we go into the later morning hours. Right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings for Douglas County, Joe. Same thing for Trina in the chat. Weather radios are a great thing, Robin. And we are hearing loud thunder at times too in Topeka. All right, let me check the other chat. I'm going back and forth between WIBW Weather's Facebook and WIBW's main Facebook. Olathe could see some activity as we go throughout the later hours in the next hour or so. But once again, they're just about in line with us here in Topeka. And so I wouldn't expect much more. The I-70 corridor is kind of the cutoff point down to Emporia, is kind of the in-between of where the risk really are. So I wouldn't be too worried on that tornado risk overall. But hail can do a lot of damage. Hail can damage windows of cars. So can golf balls. And so that's why when we say there's golf ball size hail, that can damage your windows in your car and your windshield. I've had a golf ball break one of my car windows, and I've also got hit by some hail. So it's always a good idea just take precautions even if we're seeing that hail and if we're seeing wind, and for that possibility of a tornado risk, even if it is low. I would definitely really take your precautions, because you want to make sure to try to mitigate any loss of property or any loss of life with storms. Jerry?
Yeah, I'm here. Is he coming to me? All right. Let's see what we got going on here. I have... Yeah, this scene's acting funky. All right. Get in there. Computers don't always do what I tell them to do. Come on. I can't get my radar scene to launch. We'll go back to Mitchell's. I'm going to have to relaunch something here, please. Take Mitchell, please. Are you there? Bridge. Take Mitchell. My computer's acting up.
Hello. Take
closing the whole
me.
thing.
Take my screen.
Or just go to black. I don't know if my computer's doing something weird 'cause it's the middle of the night. It's timed out or something, but I'm going to have to restart a couple of programs here. Is he back there? He might not be back there.
I can go check real quick. Yeah, but overall, right now, seeing that hail and seeing that wind.
I've got it back now, Mitchell.
Okay.
All right, so what we're looking at is that this threat of tornadoes is low. That's the key here. We can't rule out tornadoes, just like we can't rule out a meteorite. You know, those kind of things. I mean, that's you know, kind of an extreme example, but you know, there's some things we can't say are absolutely impossible, right? So we're concerned about is big hail tonight. That's the greatest risk here. My computer's doing all kinds of weird things. There we go. Why is that not running? Something's broken here. All right, so the biggest danger we have here, the most common danger we're going to have, is large hail. We're not going to see a big tornado outbreak. We're not going to see some historic, huge tornado ripping up all kinds of stuff. What we could see is a small tornado, and that's a low chance of seeing even that. We're going to see a lot of things like this with very big hail falling. So that storm is near Council Grove and has a hail core with it, where the hail is probably close to the size of a golf ball. That storm is moving northeast into Wabunsee County. So it has potential for hail almost 2 inches in diameter. Now we're watching it spin, and the spin on there looks nasty. And on any other day, we would look at this, not any other day, but a lot of days, look at that and say, oh my gosh, take shelter. In this case, it doesn't appear that that's going to produce a tornado. The Weather Service does not appear to be concerned about that at this point. And, you know, it's just producing a lot of hail most likely. And you'll probably have some hail damage. We could have some damage to, you know, whatever crops, you know, are growing in at this point. You know, we'll see. But it's definitely producing some hail. And I want to bring up turn the camera there in Council Grove. I bring the right one up here. I've got so many cameras open. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So that's the camera in Council Grove, and this is on the east side of town. I'm turning it looking to the north, and you know, you can't see anything there just because it's dark. There's some lightning striking out the west of town, but this is a hail core. This is not producing, you know, a tornado. We're going to watch it. What's that?
Oh, sorry.
So we're watching this storm here near Chapman to Woodbine in the eastern part of Dickinson County. That severe storm warning almost includes Junction City. So for folks around Ogden and Fort Riley, they were asking if there was, you know, if there's more storms coming your way. Yes, that storm's coming from the southwest toward Junction City and Fort Riley, probably Manhattan as well. Down the line, this is southern Ottawa County and northern Saline County. That's a severe storm warning as well. This is hail about the size of a $50. And then we have more warnings back up to almost haze into the Russell area has a severe storm warning back there. So the most powerful storm of the group right now appears to be the one that is in Morris, Gary, and Wabunsee County, this one. And again, and now they've upgraded to 2-inch diameter hail. So hail up to 2 inches diameter is possible with this, is what they're saying. And that's going to move into Wabunsee County. There's the that purple area, the hail core. And let's see, the hail zone is usually, hail zone takes a couple of minutes to look at different radar sites and estimate where something is. So it's looking at the hail core being a little farther to the southwest than it actually is. So the hail core itself is getting closer to Alta Vista at this point. If you're in Council Grove, that storm is likely moving away from you. But if for some reason you were up real late and needed to travel north on Highway 177 up toward Alta Vista, this would be a terrible time to do that, as you have a wild hailstorm going on right there right now. So that is moving to the northeast very slowly into parts of the southwest part of Wabunsee County. So Volland will be in the path of that. I'm going to see the latest text the Weather Service has got on this thing. They say 118, severe storm warning, located 4 miles southeast of Dwight, moving northeast at 30. 2-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible. Okay, so they are seeing 2-inch diameter hail, and they're also seeing 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this one. And again, it's moving northeast at 30, which I guess it could be moving that fast. It seems like it's been moving slower than that to me, but now that I put it on a loop, it looks like it's making some progress. So just kind of looking out ahead, wherever that storm go, that storm could make it to Topeka. Eskridge, Auburn, Harveyville would be in the path of that, possibly as well. So we will see. Now, what we could see late tonight out of this is it's very likely as we get closer to 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, this stuff is going to form into kind of a line and start coming in from the northwest as a cold front actually start sweeping through here. And when that happens, we're probably going to have some wild straight line winds. And that'll be more of a line that gets everybody and wakes everybody up. But for the next couple of hours, it's these hailers that just produce all-out downpours and are going to wake people up, no doubt. So right now, folks around Alta Vista and close to Alta Vista are surely listening to some hail that's beginning, and it could get up the size of golf balls or even slightly larger. But that's what you've got moving in to Alta Vista right now, the hail core of this. The spinning part of this that's just north of Council Grove does not mean tornado. It just means a very, very powerful storm. And it appears that these storms are probably being undercut to where they can't become surface-based and probably can't produce a tornado unless they're farther south. But that just doesn't look like something we're going to have to deal with tonight, fortunately. But we are here because, for me, I'm thinking a lot of people are going to wake up tonight to hearing these loud storms outside. And after hearing us talk about, the risk of seeing, some higher-end wild weather, we want to make sure that you have information on what's going on. So how about up here? Mayetta, that's loud. Around the Prairie Band Casino, a lot of lightning. Over to Valley Falls, the Prairie Band Casino and Resort, that is. A lot of lightning around Mayetta. Valley Falls, lots of lightning, but you are not in a severe storm warning in Valley Falls. It's just awfully loud. So that storm near Valley Falls, a downpour, a lot of lightning. If somebody's scared there about this, you're not in a severe storm warning. It's not a tornado situation. I know it's loud around Valley Falls. I know it's loud around Hoyt and Mayetta, but this stuff is not even at severe levels. It's just a lot of lightning. Wamego, Boomtown, you are a different kind of boomtown tonight as you have lightning all over. And this storm is not considered to be severe at this moment. That is looking out there live right now. This is from Wamego Telecom. They have a camera there on their building there in Wamego. You can see the downpour in town with a lot of rain, of course. In Manhattan, you are right on the edge of the next severe storm warning, but it's not quite there yet. But that's looking over to Bill Snyder Family Stadium, where you have a severe storm that's almost reaches into Manhattan. All right, so this warning, what do we have here? Dickinson, Gary, Morris, Riley, till 2 o'clock in the morning, radar indicated. And the Weather Service says with this one, at 1:24 p.m. or 1:24 a.m. I'm not used to 1:24 a.m. Severe storm warning near Junction City, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So near Junction City is a location that they are saying with this one. And they're saying 60 mile per hour winds possible with that. Of course, Mike Charus, who does some storm chasing, is stationed out of Junction City. And if you haven't seen his hail video from Clay County yesterday, he had 75,000 views on it so far, which is pretty amazing. But it is amazing video. So if you see his page, it's also called Father Antler, I believe it's called. It's pretty amazing hail. So this is the view now in Junction City. We'll bring up the KDOT CAN Drive camera there. This is at Highway 77 and I-70. And they actually have two cameras in that same area there. This one's looking to the northeast, and you can hardly see from the rain. And the other one's in a position where you can actually see better. But the winds are 60 miles per hour with extremely heavy rain there in Junction City now with that newest severe storm warning. And they're kind of lining up here, which is, that's going to be common through the night. So Junction City's in the severe storm warning. Fort Riley and Ogden, you are in that severe storm warning too. If you're in Fort Riley and Ogden, this is not a tornado threat. This storm does not have any sort of tornado threat heading your way. This is winds to 60 miles per hour. This is hail the size of a ping pong ball, probably at worst case. But if you're there, just stay inside as the storm passes. I know a lot of people there around Fort Riley could be from all over the nation and all over the world, and we're very thankful for you. And there's been a lot of tornadoes and wild stuff lately in the Midwest. Fort Riley is not in danger of a tornado right now. Absolutely not. So if you're there, do not be worried about a tornado in Fort Riley or around Ogden or Junction City. That is not going to happen. 3 hours from now, I can't guarantee, but right now that storm's not going to do it. So please don't think that. Over here is a hail core near Woodbine. That's moving to the northeast. There's more big hail here that's moving into the northwest part of Ottawa County. That's one county west of Ottawa. So that one is Lincoln County, I believe. All right, so the bright pink areas, those are the hail cores that are the biggest right now. So this big hail core coming through Alta Vista, heading northeast toward areas like Volland. You're in the path of that. Alma's in the path of that. And maybe making it up to Silver Lake or Topeka. We'll see if it goes east-northeast or if it goes northeast. But the biggest hail core there is kind of on a collision course for the biggest population center we have, of course. So we're watching that one, of course. All right, so let's check out what we've got on rain, on the rain amounts. Let's look at this really fast one more time. They're still saying hail 2 inches diameter, and this is right on top of Alta Vista right now. Alta Vista, you're almost surely getting hail the size of golf balls right now, or close to it. So Alta Vista, stay inside, right along Highway 4, and that's probably going to move, that's moving straight toward Volland. So Alta Vista, getting very big hail right now, and in just a few minutes here, Volland will probably get the big hail as well. I'm going to try to turn my camera around from the WIBW transmission site. And in the dark, it is kind of difficult looking through heavy rain. But let me see, do I got, yeah, there we go. So now I can cheat and actually point that camera in the correct direction because I set it on a day that was calm. But this is looking toward that storm that is over Alta Vista right now. I'm not sure if I'm going to see anything. That's from the WIBW transmission site looking southwest. I'm not even seeing lightning on that at the moment. I see some light in the middle of that. Looks like that shot is still. All right, never mind. So that storm near Alta Vista has hail that's probably golf ball size, maybe even a little bigger.
Quarter-size hail on the west side of Junction City,
Quarter size hail west side of Junction City.
K18 area.
Okay. Thank you. So that storm, the Weather Service also said they could have 60-mile-per-hour winds. And the report now is hail the size of quarters. That's at Jay Hill Road on I-70 right now. Looks like the winds are likely gusting 60 miles per hour there. And that's mile marker 301 in Junction City with a lot of lightning, of course. All right, let's check out the radar again. So what we have is several of these hail cores, the worst of which is the thing that's right over Alta Vista. If you're in Alta Vista, I'm sure everybody's awake in Alta Vista right now. It'd be hard to sleep through that. So you got hail, lots of lightning, of course. So in Alta Vista, hopefully you guys are okay. I know you're dealing with some hail. It's not a tornado. It is just a lot of hail, and the winds could be 60 miles per hour with that. So that storm is moving toward Volland and toward Alma and toward the radar. And the radar a couple of days ago, we had it take a beating, and it wound up giving us some unreliable data for a few hours, which made covering actual tornadoes a challenge. But that's just the kind of stuff you deal with. But I mean, it's physical equipment, so physical equipment takes a beating, and unfortunately, during the tornado warnings, it was surrounded by tornadoes. What's that? Oh, that's fine. When's he coming in, do you know?
He usually comes in like 2:30.
Okay. All right, so Alta Vista, you are in a hail core that is moving toward Volland. It looks like the worst of it is just north of Highway 4 now. I'll be in Volland the next few moments here. There's a new warning coming out. And this warning, let's see what it says. 1:32 a.m. Severe storm warning remains in place till 2 a.m. for eastern Dickinson County, southwest Riley, northwest Morris, west central Wabunsee. Ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. And Junction City, emergency management reporting quarter size hail, like Mitchell just told us. And includes I-70 between mile marker 281 and 319. So that is the update on that warning that's flashing there. So the quarter size hail was up in this part of the storm, but the warning goes all the way down here to Woodbine, and White City is actually in that. The hail core I'm talking to you about is over here. So we have two warnings that overlap in this area, which includes Volland and Alta Vista. So if you're in Volland, Alta Vista, and Dwight, you are in two different severe storm warnings at the same time from different storms, but all part of the same big mess. So that is that. All right, so we have the warning that goes into Dickinson County there. We have a severe storm warning that's just north of Salina over to just north of Abilene. This one has $half size hail and winds of less than 50 miles per hour, they say. And as of right now, the stuff in southeast Kansas is not looking too wild, which is good. And I'm going to, while you're here with me, I'm going to load a new computer model here. And I want to see just the next, I'm going to do the next 6 hours. And let's put on the HRRR, a rapid update that comes in every hour. And see what this looks like. So I'm kind of building a graphic here in front of you, if you don't mind, while I've got you as a captive audience. So there is the HRRR model, and what you're seeing there, I'll delete the pauses from this.
And
What
that's
you're
fairly
seeing-
similar to what it was showing earlier.
What we're seeing here is this, that's where it becomes more of a line, where we have more of the cold front sweeping through. So 1 a.m., just a half hour ago, obviously, we continue with these kind of meandering hailstorms. And then about 3 a.m., watch this all join as a line and then start moving southeast. Now it's moving somewhere with a purpose. So up until 3 a.m., the next 2 hours, we're kind of just wandering around near I-70. And then once you get past 3, it starts diving southeast. That's the cold front. And that will be when it becomes more of a wind damage event and when it should start to wrap up and end. Was that a power hit?
Not sure.
That was a UPS that just clicked.
I'll go tell the bridge.
Well, they would have noticed if it was something out there too. So, all right, so there is how the computer model is looking at the next 6 hours. And again, it looks, that's the cold front is what you're seeing there at the end when it kind of starts racing southeastward. And the wind in that's when we should see this stronger wind. Now, the severe storm watch goes till 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm curious to see if they will issue another watch that goes later in the night or later in the morning, I guess, technically. Which they very well may. All right.
Yeah, it was a very minor one. Probably just somewhere on the local grid went out and it just surged back.
All right, new warning here. This is for Southeast Gary, Morris, Wabaunsee, Northwest Lyon until 2 a.m. At 1:35 a.m., hail to 2 inches diameter near Alta Vista, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And they're saying this is radar indicated. So that is a new update. All right, so Bridge, can you put me on TV for a moment?
He thumbs up.
Am I on now? All right, thanks for staying up with us late here on WIBW. We are live streaming on WIBW.com and on our social media channels as well, and trying to answer some of the questions we have from folks on WIBW, the Weather Team Facebook page. And it's late at night, so bear with me. But here's what we have going on. The wildest thing we have is right there, just south of Volland, that area of purple. That is a hail core with hail that's about a golf ball size, up to 2 inches diameter. So around Volland, it looks like this is just past Alta Vista at this time and moving northeast. So areas around Alma, should be ready for this. This is not a tornado. It's not that. So please don't think that. But be ready for it to be really loud around Alma here in just a couple of minutes as the storm moves in. You can see all the lightning here with this. I mean, these are very active storms. A lot of lightning with this, but also with the hail outside, it's just going to be very loud. Now, this is also going to go across the National Weather Service radar. So we'll see if that compromises the radar data or not, but that's a possibility that we could have issues with that once this hail goes close to or over the radar again. Eskridge is in the severe storm warning. You've got Alta Vista in this, Volland in this, Alma's in this, Newberry. I-70 is on this in the middle of Obunsee County. So if you need to travel between Topeka and Manhattan on I-70 for some reason over the next hour, that part of I-70 could be dealing with hail just bigger than a golf ball here in a couple of minutes. So I would not do that if you didn't have to. Zooming out a bit, I want to show you some other areas that are just loud, but you're not in some sort of danger from wild storms. Mayetta, over by Prairie Band Casino and Resort, it's loud. There's a lot of lightning. There are downpours. It's not a severe storm this time, so don't worry. It's just loud. Nortonville, up to just north of Valley Falls, there's a lot of lightning. Denison, a lot of lightning. It is loud, but this is not severe. This is not a tornado risk or something. If you're waking up to this thinking, oh my gosh, I heard about the storms in southeast Kansas and Missouri today. This is just loud, okay? So that's not a warning. Up to the north, you've got areas around Wetmore, Powhatan, Goff, loud. Again, not severe right now. This storm produced hail the size of quarters in Junction City a couple of minutes ago. So this is getting up into the area around Ogden and Fort Riley. If you're in Ogden, you're probably going to see some strong wind. You might see hail. It looks like it's kind of calmed down in that area. But around Fort Riley and Ogden, again, this is a severe storm warning. It is not a tornado threat, but it does have some hail that could be up the size of a ping pong ball. It's a real possibility. Down to White City, you're going to see some strong wind and possibly some hail as well. We have more of these storms lined up for Lincoln County over into Ottawa County. Those storms are moving east as well. So those are coming from the west, moving kind of the east-northeast. Over the next 2 hours, we'll continue to see storms like this kind of meandering along and north of I-70, some of them with very big hail. What's going to happen after that, once we get to about 3 o'clock in the morning, the meandering stops and all starts diving southeastward as a cold front. That, between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m., is probably going to be a line of winds that are 60, 70 miles per hour, and that will end this round of wild weather. So it's going to be loud tonight. A lot of people will be waking up from this. We're still live streaming on WIBW.com for the rest of the night to keep this going, to make sure that people are just aware of what's going on. If we were to see a tornado risk, it's areas to the south. Even I-70 is probably too far north for that. But the tornado watch is actually from Greenwood County down to the Wichita area. For us, it's really a hail threat. It's a late night lightning and loud storms just waking people up problem. But it doesn't look like a tornado risk from what we see. If that changes, we'll let people know right away. We do recommend you have a way to wake up. If you have the WIBW weather app, change the setting and the sounds so that tornado warning comes in as a screeching tornado siren. That's available on there. Weather call will call you if you have a warning for your location. Weather radio can help. There are other apps that can do it. But just make sure you have a way to wake up. I really don't think if we did have a tornado tonight, it wouldn't be a big one, thankfully. But we just can't say it's a 0% chance. So again, we're continuously streaming on WIBW.com and on Facebook and other social media channels, so you can check that out. But we'll be here all night. Mitchell's still here with me. Doug Myers will be here in a little while. But stay with us. We'll keep you safe and informed all night. All right, thanks for staying with us here on the live stream. And, go ahead, Mitchell. Mitchell's got something. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was an updated mesoscale discussion, which is basically a discussion from the National Weather Service. If y'all could have my screen on. Basically, it says elevated supercells will continue to pose a threat for large hail and isolated damaging wind threat while spreading eastward along the I-70 corridor. Clusters of elevated supercells, which, like I said, are those storms that aren't quite making it to the surface with the ingredients needed to produce rotating storms that can produce tornadoes. We are seeing those elevated storms rather than those surface-based ones, and those have a recent history of producing hail up to 2 inches in diameter and will continue to spread eastward along the I-70 corridor in north central and northeast Kansas. This will be along the north edge of an area with better atmospheric ingredients and where warm air is moving in at near the surface. We will continue to see favorable conditions for these storms being capable of producing the hail, and they also could produce a little bit of isolated wind damage as well over the next couple hours. So that's the mesoscale discussion, or the discussion on the severe thunderstorm watch. Not really a mention of a tornado in that. It says most probable wind gust speeds are 55 to 70 miles per hour, and most probable hail size will be 1.5 to 2.5 inches. So pretty nice size hail and pretty standard winds for severe thunderstorm warnings. But that's all I have right now, so I'll toss it back to Jeremy.
All right, thank you, Mitchell. So, folks asking questions here on the chat. Carolyn says, quarter-size hail, 1 mile south of Alta Vista. Thank you. Hail in Delia now. What time for Lawrence? Lawrence is going to be probably another hour before you see a storm moving in. Osage City. Sabrina's asking about Osage City. And for Osage City, the storms, the hail right now is staying kind of to your north. So we could see more storms develop south of this. But for Osage City, if you don't see more storms develop before 5 a.m., you will see this line coming from the northwest with the cold front itself, and you'll see a severe storm between 5 and 7 a.m. If not sooner, you'll almost surely see one between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m. And Joe's saying, God bless you, Jeremy and Mitchell. So we appreciate the kind words. I mean, we really do. Cameron said, made me jump. I'm not sure what we did. Are these going to hit Emporia and Redding? That's from Alicia. And it looks like the storms right now are staying well north of Emporia and Redding. By 6 or 7 a.m., when the cold front starts to push all this south, you will almost surely see a storm between 7 and 6. Is it better if I say them backward? Okay. All right. These younger people have been picking on the older people. I like it. My kids are young enough, I still learn some of the lingo. All right. So the wildest storm we have is this thing in Wabaunsee County. We just had hail reported to be about an inch in diameter, just south of Alta Vista. I don't know. The Weather Service says it could be up to 2 inches diameter. That's a real possibility. Volland, Alma, and if you happen to be around the Topeka radar, let us know how big. Nobody's over there. But that's a real concern for us when we're trying to cover these things. If the radar takes a beating, which it did a couple of days ago, then the more of a beating it takes, the data can be compromised. So that's something we're watching, is to see if the hail beats up the radar. Good morning, Doug.
Morning.
The tornado threat is still, not big. All right. Down south, this is a new development. There are storms developing now in Harvey and Reno County. That is a new severe storm warning. So, for folks that are to the south, if you're in McPherson County, Marion County, up to Lyon County, Burlington now, this stuff developing to the south is finally getting its act together and developing. It's also moving more quickly than the other storms we have up here. They're kind of meandering parallel to I-70. So these areas around Marion, McPherson County, Chase County, we'll have to watch you guys to see if these storms from close to Wichita get up to you, and they will. It's just the question is how strong are they going to be when they get up there. So right now we're seeing them develop and become severe down there in Harvey and Reno County, I believe. Yeah, Harvey and Reno. So that's not going to fizzle. It's probably going to stay severe, and it could get worse the farther it moves along. All right, so the wildest thing we have going is still this thing in Wabaunsee County. You're out?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna monitor the Facebook.
Okay, cool. All right, so Wabaunsee County, we still have a storm that could have hail the size of golf balls or slightly bigger. Close to Volland is the most likely location. Going toward Alma, going right toward, and that hole you see on the radar, if you wonder why is there a hole there, the radar can see out and it can tilt upward, but it can't see straight up. I mean, if you point straight up, it's just, the data wouldn't make any sense. So around every Weather Service radar you see, there's a hole like that. And, you know, sometimes you'll get wild theories about, you know, some extraterrestrial whatever. I mean, there's always something. But the reason that the radar looks kind of funky, the closer you are to it, it can't see up. That's what it is. So, I mean, it's going to have some sort of weakness. The radars have strengths. They have some weaknesses. So weakness number one, obvious one, it can't see up. It can't see straight up. Another weakness the radar has is farther out. The farther out you are, the radar is higher. So because the Earth is traxioellipsoid, roughly a sphere, the farther out you go, the tilt is the beam is higher off the ground. Just like if you shine a flashlight, you know, from Topeka, you know, trying to shine it toward the horizon. If you went out, you know, 300 miles, that flashlight beam's not going to be right off the ground. It's going to be 5 miles above the ground or more. So weakness number two of the radar is the farther out you go, the beam is higher up. The third weakness is just like a flashlight, the radar beam spreads out over distance. So if you're close to the wall and point your flashlight at it, small beam. If you are 100 miles away from your flashlight, the beam of the radar is 2 miles wide. So at distance, if you're 100 miles away, you can see 2 miles up, and it's 2 miles wide. So if you were looking at data today from folks who were covering the tornado near Joplin, you may notice the radar looks really bad. It's because that radar is very far from Joplin. So I am very happy to have our radar right where it is, there close to Alma, which covers northeast Kansas really, really well. I still complain. You know, I always want more. But we're actually very lucky to have the radar where we do, so we can cover things. All right, new excitement. This one is farther north than anything else has been so far. We have a severe storm warning for Atchison, Buchanan, Doniphan, Platte. So Atchison, Doniphan, Kansas side, Buchanan and Platte over in the Show Me state. And this one has hail the size of quarters and wind gusts to 60 miles per hour possible with this one. So that goes till 2:30 in the morning. And the hail looks like it is most likely right there from Effingham to just south of Atchison. But that's a new development to see a severe storm warning that far to the north. This one is in Wabaunsee County, still the strongest thing we have going. It could have hail up to up to 2 inches diameter, but close to golf ball size. The report we had a little while ago is that the hail was close to quarter size just south of Alta Vista. All right, there's a continuance of that one. And they're saying 70 mile per hour winds possible with this one. For Morris, Wabaunsee, and northwestern Lyon. Okay. 70 mile per hour winds are possible with this. We had the quarter size hail reported in Alta Vista a little while ago that lasted for 10 minutes. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Stay inside. Tree damage possible, I-70 between mile marker 325 and 335. Okay, so now now we have a new warning on it. So what are they doing with this part of it now? Just as I read the current warning, I got a new warning. Pottawatomie County, they just barely clipped this into Pottawatomie County. Okay, so now every NOAA weather radio in Pottawatomie County just went off for a 2-inch diameter hail. So this is mostly for Wabunsee County, but the warning also includes Pottawatomie County. Hey, Bridge, can you put me on TV again? Because for NOAA weather radios, they're screeching all across Pottawatomie County. Tell me tell me a thumbs up, because I can't see him. Okay. All right. Good morning again. We are still tracking severe weather across northeast Kansas. We have a new severe storm warning just issued. We're continuing to stream on WIBW.com and our social media channels. And a new feature here, a new occurrence, new warning I want to pass along to you is the severe storm warning that includes Wabunsee County. This thing has hail that could be just bigger than a golf ball, about 2 inches diameter. The hail core just east of Volland, just southwest of Alma, probably going to be going very close to the Topeka radar. Alma could see hail, golf ball size. Report from Alta Vista, or close to Alta Vista, was we had quarter-size hail that fell for about 10 minutes. The Weather Service also saying that 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible with this. I want to breaking in now because I want to make sure that if somebody's waking up in Pottawatomie County, that you know what's up here. If your weather radio is screeching in Pottawatomie County and woke you up, or if your phone is screeching with some sort of a warning, the warning for Pottawatomie County is right there. It's not the whole county. It's just the southeast corner of the county. So if you are the kind of person from maybe Westmoreland who doesn't like to be awakened in the middle of the night by some scary storm warning, go back to bed. I mean, you know, you're fine. I mean, truly. But if you're waking up right now around Wheaton, Onega, Oldsburg, Louisville, and your phone is screeching, or if you had your weather radio screeching, the severe storm warning for Pottawatomie County is this corner down here. So again, we don't have a whole lot of these late night wild severe weather threats, and because you've heard so much about tornadoes lately, I want to make sure you know that's not what this is. So if you're around Westmoreland, this ain't a tornado, and it doesn't include you. Go back to sleep if you can. Now, we are going to see strong straight line winds from many folks late tonight. Right now, we're dealing with are a couple of hail cores. This one could have winds to 70. Mostly it's hail. This storm is over here in Gary County, has a history of hail the size of quarters around Junction City. It's producing winds that are probably 60 miles per hour, moving into the rural eastern part of Gary County. Could have some hail the size of quarters in there as well. And down the line, we have more storms in central Kansas coming this way. And we also have storms in Harvey and Reno County developing. That's moving in from the southwest. So areas in Chase County, Marion, McPherson, even up to Lyon County, we may have to deal with these storms. These are not going to fall apart. They'll likely get up here. Now, very late tonight, as we get past 3 a.m., this batch of kind of meandering hailstorms will become a cold front that starts diving south and eastward, and that'll be all wind most likely that could gust 60, 70 miles per hour for a lot of us. All right, we'll continue live streaming on WIBW.com, and we'll break back in here on TV as we have new updates. Stay with us. We'll keep you safe and informed all night. Am I totally in your way?
No, you're good.
Okay.
No, I'll just use Max 2 when I need to get into for weather graphics.
Okay.
But
And
I'm good for a while.
this isn't, this hasn't suddenly become a tornado threat or something. It's really, I think people are going to be waking up just being loud, and they've heard so much about tornadoes lately. What? They just heard so much.
Don't hold your breath. It's like the only time we'll ever all agree.
But Doug, like I was saying, just people have heard so much about tornadoes lately. Mm-hmm. Like Joplin had a tornado this evening again. I'm not sure if it hit town, but it was close. Mm-hmm. There's this town in southeast Kansas that got beat up really bad tonight. So we've had tornadoes around here. So if people are hearing about that, if they're waking up to hail and lightning in the middle of the night, I just want to make sure that we're streaming and talking to people. So this didn't suddenly become a tornado threat or something. It's just, I just want to make sure we're kind of even over covering it is truthfully. So, but you're welcome. Thanks for watching us. But if you are awake and you're scared of storms and this kind of stuff, there are all those sunny days in September where I don't work this late, so I don't mind. It's actually I actually enjoy doing this, and Mitchell does too. That's why he's still here. But we're all here at the same time in the middle of the night. You won't find the three of us in the weather team together in the same place very often. It's pretty rare. All right, so the biggest thing we have going is still this dude right there in the middle of Wabaunsee County, and that warning does clip the very corner of Pottawatomie County. So if you are in Pottawatomie County, it's really a Wabaunsee County problem right now. And I'm trying to keep an eye on I-70 to see if the hail starts coming across the interstate. Now there's obviously not a lot of traffic anywhere after this time of night. But the hail core of that looks to me like it's getting close to I-70 right now. And probably at the probably just at the I-70 east. So that's the I-70 Alma exit from KDOT. And like I talked about this earlier for the Solomon exit, when KDOT has the camera pointed down, a lot of times they're looking for hail. Huh?
It's like Topeka Raiders having trouble again. So, I'm going to be checking Kansas City.
The timing of the thunder, like Doug said something scary, and then the thunder cracked right after it. But Doug told me that the Topeka Raiders having trouble. Boom! The thunder cracked outside like a bad movie. Like the bad news you give the weatherman is. What's that? The Twilight Zone, yeah. It's the weatherman hears, well, the radar's down. No! That would make things very difficult. So, all right, Topeka radar is being beaten up by the hail again. So, nothing tax dollars won't fix, probably. So, let's check out the radar again here. And this is a 6-hour loop. I was looking at stuff earlier from this evening on that one. And just noticing the tornado warning that was in Missouri a few minutes ago has gone away. That's good. And for us, the radar stopped moving just about 10 minutes ago. Great. All right, so let's check out the Wichita radar. Turn off Topeka radar. Oh my gosh. I'm going to try turning on the Kansas City radar and the Hastings, Nebraska radar. So bear with me. This is the data we got. And it's not a complaint to anybody. It's physical equipment. So when a severe storm beats up the equipment, you get what you have. Okay. Okay. Can I backspace this thing? Let's go there. Whoops. All right, let's just do the composite. That'll be fine since they're so far away. Composite radar. So there we have the hail. Looks like it's moved right over the radar site. this purple area right here is just right on top of the Topeka radar right now. I'm going to stop the image there for a moment. And what I'll do is we're going to zoom in really close to that, and I'm going to show you this. And when I turn off the radar, which I know is a really weird thing to do, the radar site is right there. That's it. This is the Topeka Weather Service radar, right there on Skyline Road. So we zoom it back out and turn on the composite radar. The hail has gone right over that spot. So that's why the National Weather Service radar has stopped responding at the moment. So it usually this will kind of work itself out pretty quickly, but right now that's what's going on. So there is some hail showing up on I-70 at the Alma exit. And this is still going to load for just a moment. Here we go. So you can see some hail on the ground right there, still falling. So that's the Alma exit. And we'll go a little farther to the east here. Multiple problems here. All right, so there is I-70 east of K-99, and you can see what kind of storm it looks like there right now. So that's looking to the west. So strong storm moving through there, of course. All right, so back onto the radar here. Again, we have several severe storm warnings in place. There are no tornado warnings, none. And nothing right now is even hinting at going that direction. So what we're seeing is a cluster of very heavy rain and several of these producing hail. Hail probably the size of golf balls or maybe slightly bigger that just went across Alma and is now getting onto I-70. So this radar image you're seeing right there is from the Topeka National Weather Service radar, and that's up until it died, until hail beat it up. So we're looking at now is composite radar, which shows the storm is getting very close to, probably on top of I-70, just a couple of miles east of Highway 99 there. And this is going to have hail probably the size of golf balls. McFarland has just dealt with this, and in the next few minutes, it'll be close to Maple Hill. And St. Mary's and Rossville could have to deal with this as well. All right, back to the west. This storm has hail the size of $50, and the worst of this is in the rural eastern parts of Gary County, but that is also moving into Wabaunsee County. It seems like Wabaunsee County has had the bulk of the wild stuff here lately, but Wabaunsee County probably going to deal with that as well. It's kind of fading to the north, so it may get into the southern part of Pottawatomie County and maybe Jackson County too. But we'll see if one or both of these end up with a warning in Shawnee County. It'd be hard to imagine that it wouldn't. And this is not the same situation, but similar to a few days ago. We had we had two different tornadoes that were close to the radar. The radar went down, and the rotation was showing up near Volland heading eastward, and they warned for all of Shawnee County for a tornado warning when the radar was down. So we'll see how it complicates things this time. Now what I'm watching is I'm looking at north central Kansas to see when this cold front starts to take over and push things to the south and east. So far, everything there's kind of still meandering to the north. This activity starts taking kind of a turn. They're northwest Kansas, but not completely. And then this looks like a wind event right there. That is Cloud and Ottawa County now, the southern part of Cloud County. So this does not include Concordia, but Cloud County, your weather radios would have just gone off for the whole county, and your weather apps and all those kind of things screeching. So if you're in Cloud County, that warning just issued a few minutes ago, but it is for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter size hail. It says moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour, but it doesn't look like it's moving northeast to me. It's more like it's east. Either way, it's Cloud County is in the warning, but Concordia is not in this. It's mostly for Ottawa County, but the next thing would be Clay County will be involved in this as it continues moving to the east, northeast, and then probably Marysville as well. Now we have a new severe storm warning for all of Shawnee County again. and Douglas County. And it's for 2-inch diameter hail, of course. And my phone is ringing because it's weather call. So if you have weather call and you're in the path of the warning, it'll sound like this. What, Jeremy?
This is WIBW TV Chief Meteorologist Jeremy Goodwin.
Tell me more.
The Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning
Wow.
in the immediate area.
What a great service.
Thunderstorms can produce damaging winds, dangerous lightning.
See, it works. And if you told me when I was a kid that someday I would be calling me on a cell phone, I'd probably just laugh anyway. All right, Bridge, can you put me on TV? Okay, just wave at me. All right, thanks for staying with us here on WIBW TV. And we are live streaming, of course, on WIBW.com. And we are answering some of the questions on the WIBW Weather Team Facebook page, at least a few of them. We've had so much going on, it's been difficult to get to everybody, of course. So here's the latest. If you are in Topeka, if you are in Shawnee County, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued in the last couple of moments. It also includes a big part of Jackson County. We've got some of Jefferson County. We've got some of Douglas County. We've got some of Pottawatomie County. We've got some of Wabaunsee County, all in this severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 3 a.m. This is for hail up to 2 inches in diameter. Now, the core of this hailstorm looks like it is most likely right there in the northeast part of Wabaunsee County, coming across Interstate 70. The storm could also produce winds up to 70 miles per hour. That's a possibility with this as well. So it is a dangerous storm that covers several counties. And I know a lot of your weather radios are going off. And I know a lot of your phone apps are screeching at you as well, waking people up. So we want to make sure that we're giving people updates on this as best we can here in the middle of the night. So more news to pass along is that the Topeka Weather Service radar has taken a beating from the system. So we're going to be using our composite radar on this just as an FYI, but the important thing is that we do know where the severe storms are, and they are still very powerful and getting worse in some cases. So right there, make its way across I-70 in the eastern part of Wabaunsee County. The core of the hail looks like it's moving toward Rossville, Silver Lake, maybe getting to the northwest side of Topeka, but the wind has probably got the higher chance of getting to Topeka with this. If you're in Lawrence and you just heard your weather radio go off, you're not in the warning. It goes into the western corner, the northwestern corner of Douglas County. It does not include the city of Lawrence. If you're in Osage County and you heard this warning go off, it is for the northwest corner of the county. It does not include Osage City, Linden, Melbourne. So for you folks in Douglas County and Osage County, most of you are not involved in this. And if you're in Topeka, again, the hail core of this is probably going to go up toward Rossville, Willard, Silver Lake, and Maple Hill. So it is a dangerous storm. It doesn't show signs of becoming tornadic or anything like that, but certainly stay inside while the storm passes. And again, winds to 70 miles per hour and hail the size of golf balls or even larger is a possibility. This part of the storm also has hail to 2-inch diameter and winds to 70. That's a second hail core that looks like it's just about to go over the Topeka radar in Alma, where the last storm just went. So we had two different storms go over the same area now. So Alma to Alta Vista. I'm sure you guys are absolutely sick of hail at this point after seeing a second round now arriving in the area. Now, as the night goes on between 4 a.m., we'll see the stuff start moving southeast as a cold front, and it will produce wind in a lot of places that could be 50 to 70 miles per hour. Also, just a quick mention here, we have winds to 60 miles per hour moving across Ottawa County and southern Cloud County as well. We are continuing to live stream on WIBW.com, and we'll break in here on TV frequently with updates. Stay with us, we'll keep you safe and informed. Can you bring up radar on yours, on Max 2 for me? I need to add the Kansas City and the the Hastings site. I just can't do it from this keyboard over here for some reason. If you bring it up, I'll make the change, please. All right, so thanks for staying with us here on the live stream. I'm breaking into TV frequently here because I'm sure that people are waking up to this, that people are waking up wondering what in the world's going on. So trying to make sure that we give you the opportunity in the middle of the night to find out what's up. And, if this was, the afternoon or the middle of the evening with primetime TV, I might not get away with breaking in quite as often, but, a situation like this, late at night, we can. So I'm going to do that as much as I possibly can here because I know if for people that are waking up in the middle of the night, as much as you've heard about tornadoes lately and with all the stuff that, happened down in southeast Kansas and Missouri, that stuff's scary. I mentioned earlier, for folks like in Westmoreland, if you heard the weather radio go off in the middle of the night, you heard tornadoes all lately. If you're Westmoreland, I want to make sure people there knew this wasn't a tornado and it wasn't even in their area. I just, we want to serve you guys the best we can here. All right. Noah said, can I make the storms go away? No. I'll try. Alyssa said, thank you. You're welcome. And Alyssa in Atchison County, you are in the town of Atchison. It looks like the hail could be the size of quarters. It's not worse than that. And 60-mile-per-hour winds up for you guys. The worst storm we have, there's two of them now. The thing near Maple Hill is actually, the hail looks much bigger. Oh my. Okay, let's check out Hail Zone and see if it's got an icon for that. But Maple Hill, Willard, the hail there looks like it's gotten bigger. But the radar is also acting up. So this could be because the radar's from farther away. That might be the problem. That might be what's causing it to look bigger there on that product. I don't know. Topeka radar is still dead. That's not great. But the radar has been hit by at least one, if not two, hailstorms. Did you bring that thing up for me? Thank you, Mitchell. Have I shown you how to do this? I mean, it's okay if I have or haven't.
Kind of.
I'll just run through it again here and just show you. Okay.
I did it last time, but I'm
Thank you.
super tired.
Oh, yes. Why would you be tired? I can't believe you're tired. All right, let's see. Okay, so now it's frozen on me. Just got to wait that out. I don't know why it does that. All right, I'll come back to it in a minute.
Oh, I can add it.
All right, yeah, go ahead. Just add Kansas City and add UEX. And I don't care if you add an hour or 6 hours, but just add them on there. But, Topeka's not working. So, all right. What's happened, for those that haven't been with us the whole evening for the excitement, is that the Topeka radar has been beaten up by another storm. I can't remember what day it was that we had the...
Thursday.
Is it Thursday? Is it only 4 days ago?
Yep.
The days are running together on me here. Okay, so this was the last image we got from the Topeka radar. And as I roll the time, you see the clock right here? The 2:03 here? Watch the time. As it rolls back to 1:48, now all the way up to now it just goes blanks. There's no change. So Topeka radar right there, hail right there, no more. And that's it. The radar is dead. I don't know for how long, but it is out. So that storm is no longer where it's showing on the radar. So what we're using now is composite radar. The composite radar is a combination of radars from all over the place. Springfield, Missouri, Kansas City, Hastings, Wichita, Goodland, Dodge City. None of those radars are close. They're not particularly close to this. So what we're seeing here all of a sudden looks like these storms have exploded. And wow, they're way worse. But see, watch that last frame. Boom. We go from scary storms to, the end of the world type stuff. But this is from radars that are actually looking higher. I mentioned this earlier that the radar, if you're farther away, the tilt, the beam is higher up in the atmosphere. So if you're looking at the same storm from Kansas City, you're seeing it higher up. It's also, the beam is wider. So it makes things look worse. So a moment ago when I looked over here near Maple Hill, it looks like you're getting, elephant-sized hail or something. I mean, look at that new color that's showing up, that bright white going right across I-70. That's not a real representation of what's going on. It's because we're looking at it from a composite of different radars, because our radar just got beat up for the second time in 4 days. So that white spot there is a hail core, but it's probably not as bad as it looks. So we're not going to overreact to that. Or maybe I will. But that's what that is. That's a hail core, but it is not as bad as it looks on the radar here. And I'm going to just deactivate my scene that brings up Topeka radar because it is not working. All right, here is a look, I-70 east of K-99. And you can see the heavy rain there. This is I-70 Auburn Road on the west, just west of Topeka, or the west side of Topeka. And neither one of those are really in that wild-looking hail core that is moving through. So, but again, the hail is falling. This storm is not as bad as the radar makes it look. And if you're looking at the WIBW weather app on the composite radar, it probably looks like it exploded too. It probably looks like in the last couple of minutes, that all of a sudden the storm's just, really, really got wild. So 2-inch diameter hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible with the storm. We've got Shawnee County is in this. All of Topeka's in this. A lot of Jackson County is in this. The southern part of Jackson County is in this. There's another storm here in the middle of Wabaunsee County that likely has hail with it as well. And let's read the comments from the Weather Service on this one. That warning goes till 2:30, 8 minutes from now, so it's almost over with. But there's a new warning. Okay. But again, the really difficult thing to deal with here is that the radar looks worse than what's actually happening. All right, that warning goes until 2:45. We've got Manhattan, Fort Riley, Junction City, Doppler radar indicated, 60-mile-per-hour winds. What's up? Oh, it's fixed? Oh, thank you. Okay, so we've got a new warning there. Fort Riley, you've got 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail the size of quarters possible. That warning goes till 2:45 a.m. Manhattan's in the path of this too. So that one looks like it's working its way close to I-70. And that warning's been out for a while. So that's going to be in Manhattan shortly. There are no tornado threats going on right now. None. So this storm, going to be? Okay. Okay, so let's talk about flash flood warnings then. We've got a flash flood warning right there. This is till 6:30 a.m. We've got this for the Alma area up to Wamego, through the southeast part of Riley County, a big part of Gary County, a big part of Morris County, and then the east central part of Dickinson County is in this. And there's thunder outside. We're okay. All right, so the warning, the text on this, coming out 3 minutes ago. Thanks, Mitchell, for telling me that. And we've got radar indicates 2 to 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rain of up to an inch is possible, with flash flooding ongoing or expected to begin shortly. So again, be cautious that there is a flash flood warning that's been issued for this area. And that yellow spot right there over the Topeka radar, part of that is going to be from the hail. My screen just went black. I hope we're still streaming. Can you check and see if the streaming desk is still running? Wait, I can just see if I'm still babbling on Facebook, then yeah, I saw the black screen show up there, so okay, good. Okay, so as I mentioned, the Topeka radar took a beating, but now the TV station's getting a beating too. We've got lightning here and storm here, of course. So we'll see if we wind up getting knocked off air or what happens here. All right, so I'm going to roll this radar again from farther. I want to show you this trend of how things look like they blew up but it's actually just the Topeka radar going down. So you can see the storms kind of intensify, and then boom. They're like the last 30 minutes. You go from storms that are obnoxious to right here, boom, look at that purple blow up there. That is because the Topeka radar is down, and we're getting composite that is from surrounding radars, from Wichita, from Kansas City, from Hastings, from Goodland, from Dodge City. You put them all together, but you take out the closest radar and you lose some of the resolution. So boom, it's showing stuff that isn't going on. It's showing storms bigger than they exist. So if you're checking out our app or any other apps, I promise you, they're all showing the storms look like they just exploded, into this, monster hail core kind of thing. So that's why the radar looks funky right now, is because it's trying to interpret the data without the closest radar. All right. Screen's going black again. Great. All right. There's the lightning all over the place. So Rossville, the worst of the storm's about to reach you. Hail the 2 inches diameter possible. Silver Lake, same thing. We got a report of 70-mile-per-hour winds now in Dover and 2 miles northwest of Dover. And the report says lawn furniture is being blown around and things knocking into the house. So, I mean, it's a big deal. But right there, Dover, close to Dover, 70-mile-per-hour winds. What's that?
80 miles per hour is northwest of Dover.
Hey, put me on TV again, guys. Put me on TV again.
That was
What?
no, that was through National Weather Service talking to Nelson.
Okay. All right, we're getting 70-mile-per-hour winds reported now. So we're going to break into TV whenever we get, big changes what's going on. I know a lot of people are waking up to loud thunderstorm outside and want to pass along updates as we get them. So what we have right now, just coming in the last couple moments here, is reports of winds of around 70 miles per hour. And the report was right there near Dover, 2 miles northwest of Dover. So the official report there being 70-mile-per-hour winds, and they're getting things blown around. But that is going to be coming into the western part of Shawnee County, heading toward areas like Silver Lake, and maybe even the west side of the city could be dealing with that. We'll see. But either way, Silver Lake, Rossville, hail the size of golf balls or bigger, winds to 60 to 70 miles per hour are certainly possible with this. All at Topeka still in this warning. Goes till 3 a.m. We're getting power hits here. Lightning's, shutting things down at times. So hopefully we're still on. Southern part of Jackson County, you're in this too. Hoyt, you should be ready for winds to 70 miles per hour and hail the size of golf balls or maybe bigger. This storm that is in the middle of Wabaunsee County, that also has hail to the size of golf balls and winds to 70 miles per hour possible. So we are getting this starting to line up, and we're getting a lot of power hits here. So hopefully we stay on. I hope we stay on here. Manhattan to Fort Riley, you've got winds to 60 miles per hour and hail the size of quarters right here. I-70 just east of Junction City dealing with this. That's going to move towards St. George and Wamego, and that storm has an update with it, and that is still going until 2:45 p.m. Farther west, we've got the southern part of Cloud County, but not Concordia, down into Ottawa County, winds to 60 and hail the size of quarters. So again, this storm, big update there is that near Dover, we have our first report of winds to at least 70 miles per hour, and this storm has also done some damage. We know it's shut down the Topeka National Weather Service radar for now, with a second storm that's over in Wabaunsee County also just as strong. We also have the flash flood warning that was issued a few minutes ago that includes these areas that have been hit hard with very heavy rain. So we have some areas around Alma with 2 to 4 inches of rain that have already fallen, with more coming. Wamego, St. Mary's, the I-70 just east of Junction City, down to Alta Vista, and a flash flood warning going until 6 o'clock in the morning. And as we go through the remainder of the morning, Supercast shows these storms will ultimately start to dive southeast with a cold front, and we could see more of a widespread wind event getting going between 3 and 5 a.m. This might be the beginning of that with that 70-mile-per-hour wind report over in the Dover area. And looks like it's going to be a while before this Topeka radar is back up. All right, stay with us on the live stream. We're going to continue live streaming on WIBW.com, social media. We'll answer some questions there, and we'll keep live streaming on TV as well as long as we can here. So stay with us. We'll keep you safe and informed. Good, thank you. All right, so this is the second time in 4 days of covering severe weather without the local radar, and you know, that's just bad luck. We had it looks like lightning probably struck the Topeka Weather Service radar, so that's what's going on. I'm going to try the single site now and see if the Kansas City site is getting this at all. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's probably better than that composite I'm using. So here's the difference. From Kansas City, the radar, there's a ball right there with a spinning symbol around it. From Kansas City to Topeka is about 80 miles, and to the storm in Wabunsee County is close to 100 miles. So what will happen here is put velocity on. I'm going to bring it back to the right radar here because I don't typically, prioritize Kansas City radar. Look what happens when you get farther out here. When you get to the distance Eskridge to Alma, the velocity becomes pretty much meaningless. At 100 miles from the radar, this thing is 2 miles up above the ground. So if I'm looking for features that are 2 miles wide and spinning and 2 miles high, that's not as good. I'm angering the weather gods, I think, by being honest about the radar. All right. I'm just trying to educate people. All right. Don't strike me with lightning. Thank you. All right. So this is the most times I think we've gone to black as well. And it seems like it's always the weather computer that's going to black. All right. I don't know. All right. They're continuing the severe storm warning for Shawnee, Wabunsee, everybody. Let me read the warning on this to you. I promise I'm going to read this once I get to the right graphic here. Okay, they canceled the warning for southeast Pottawatomie County, and they continue the rest of the warning. So what we have is severe storm warning continues for southwestern Jefferson, Shawnee, northeast Wabunsee, northwest Douglas, northwestern Osage, and southwestern Jackson County. At 2:32 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Willard, moving east at 35. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Train spotters reported 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts 3 miles west of Dover around 2:20 a.m. Okay, so if we're moving east now from Willard, that puts it right in Topeka. So the storm was moving kind of northeast, now it's moving to the east. So if we're already having some problems with data crashes and that kind of stuff, just wait a minute until we get this storm in here. All right, so if it's near Willard, moving east at 35, then it's almost into the west side of Topeka. And we should start getting 70-mile-per-hour winds here at the TV station in a few minutes. You ready? All right, so 35 miles per hour, 6 miles away. 7, 8 minutes. All right, so again, 70-mile-per-hour winds were reported in 2 spots. We had 70-mile-per-hour winds near Willard, near Dover. And the Weather Service says it's moving east. So it should move into the west side of Topeka here in the next few minutes. And I want the Menninger Hill camera. There it is, okay. So this is the view from Menninger Hill. And the Dover camera, no, the Auburn Road camera is what KDOT has. They have it pointed straight down at the street again looking for hail. But right now it's not what I need. I kind of need it pointed up if they would. All right, so let's take the Menninger camera. I'm going to turn it to the east or to the west. And we'll watch the storm come in. There you go. Okay, so we have this line of storms with 70-mile-per-hour winds moving into Topeka in the next moment here, next 5 minutes or so. Looks like that may be a shelf cloud. So we're looking to the west, so the area. Montero, you're going to be in that as well. And then this wave of extreme wind is, looks like it's just passing, it's 29th. And let's see, the Shawnee Heights Road is almost there. It's probably actually there. Since this radar's farther away, I think it's going to be a little bit farther off there. So it's near 20th in California is where it's at. Now, to the south, we had storms that were popping up near Wichita. I'm going to loop the radar here. And that stuff, maybe that's what's in here now. I don't think so. All right, so let's check out the warnings we do have. Till 3 a.m., so we got 1 more minute, and then several of these are going to expire, and then we'll have the new ones to look at. So we've got, let me let this thing expire. In less than a minute here, this is going to drop the 3 o'clock ones, and then we'll be able to see what's actually in place. Which page are you streaming? Did you have one on?
It's live stream now.
It's live. Thank you, Mitchell. Yeah. Mitchell got us up live streaming again.
Well, you're on CBS too.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you guys both. All right.
Doug got Isaac.
Hey, great. I appreciate you guys doing it. I couldn't get it done. All right. So again, we have the severe storm still moving through Topeka, and this warning expires at 3. There we go. So now the warnings we have are until 3 a.m. And this one is Douglas, Jefferson, Shawnee, Wabaunsee. Still for 70-mile-per-hour winds and still 2-inch diameter hail. And the comments on this are located over Topeka, moving northeast at 40. 70-mile-per-hour winds, 70-mile-per-hour wind, 2-inch diameter hail possible. Several spots with 70-mile-per-hour winds, several spots with golf ball size hail. Okay, nothing there we don't know. But it is for Jefferson County, Shawnee County, East Central Wabaunsee, Northwestern Douglas, Northern Osage, Southeastern Jackson County. So those counties are in this big old severe thunderstorm warning. And this one over here, I don't want to forget it, goes till 3:15 for Wabaunsee County, and it is $half size hail that's near McFarland right now, going into Newberry soon, and then probably going to Maple Hill. So it is not as strong as this first one, but it is also a severe storm. All right, so the severe storm moving through Shawnee County right now is about to get into Meriden. So around Meriden, you're just about to have winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. This is probably a hail core here. So Meriden, you may have hail the size of golf balls or slightly larger moving in the next few moments here. Just stay inside. For everybody watching, this is not a tornado situation. There are no areas of this that are suspicious or rotating. You know, anytime we see something suspicious and rotating, I'm saying it over and over again. There's nothing in here that's showing any signs of tornado. Nothing. So if you're looking outside, it is definitely scary. It is definitely loud. We're going to have some hail damage from this. Some folks are going to have to call through the car insurance, and home insurance, make sure you get your roofs checked and all that stuff, because you could have some roof damage. Make sure you're checking all those things. But this is not a tornado situation. So there's a hail core near Tecumseh right there, and the strong winds are getting into the western part of Douglas County there. If you're around Oskaloosa, McLouth, Ozaukee, you are likely to see these winds moving in soon. So the severe storm has a history of winds to 70 now, and it is not weakening by any means. This is moving into Meriden, Oskaloosa, McLouth, Winchester could deal with this, Lake Perry. If you have friends or family camping around Lake Perry, call them and let them know to take shelter. If you're out there in 70-mile-per-hour winds, in a camper or whatever, that can be dangerous. So be aware of that for Lake Perry. Lawrence probably going to be dealing with this as well, as the severe winds blasting through the downtown area are now heading into Douglas County shortly, it looks like. All right, so the severe thunderstorm warning continues. It's moving through Shawnee County. Wakarusa is likely getting strong winds right now. The Forbes Field area getting very strong winds as well. And again, this is not a tornado situation. This is very strong wind. And we've already had several reports of this being as high as 70 miles per hour. We've had several reports of the hail being as big as golf balls. The hail could get up to 2 or 3 inches diameter. That's a real possibility with these storms, so we have to keep that in mind. And I'm looking at downtown now, and it looks like the strongest of the wind is past downtown. On the radar, the strongest winds are almost surely just past Tecumseh, or in Tecumseh, and almost down to Lecompton. So Lecompton, the strong winds are almost into town. Lake Perry, this is moving just right almost over Lake Perry right now. So you are also in the path of this at Lake Perry. So we strongly encourage you around Lake Perry to treat this seriously. It's 70-mile-per-hour winds and a large hail moving your way. The strongest winds look like they're at Forbes Field now. So we'll get a report from the wind data, the wind gust there in just a moment, I'm sure, from Forbes Field. And I'm going to check out the wind reports we do have from the official ASOS stations here, and see what the latest gusts have been. Billary Airport's latest report is 36 miles per hour. That's clearly not too bad. But if I loop that, I'm sure the data would go higher, but that's just what the gust is right now. So I'm going to go back over to the radar source, and I can bring up the wind gusts. But either way, we still have Shawnee County, Jefferson County, Douglas County, part of Osage County, the southern part of Jackson County in this severe thunderstorm warning. 70-mile-per-hour winds are the threat with this, as well as hail the size of golf balls and maybe a little larger. So in Jefferson County, Ozaukee, Oskaloosa, you are in the path of this. You're going to see very strong winds. You could see hail the size of golf balls, or maybe even a little bit bigger. So please be ready for that. McLouth, this is moving your way as well. The strongest of the winds are right there near Ozaukee to Lecompton now, and getting into the western part of Douglas County. So it's moving toward Lawrence as well. So Lawrence certainly could see severe winds moving in here in the next few minutes. And the northern part of Osage County. So if you're in Osage County, Osage City is not in this threat. Carbondale is kind of the south part of this, and you certainly could see the 70-mile-per-hour winds in the Carbondale area. Down to Barryton, we could see the winds that strong. It's coming your way as well. And it's right over Lake Shawnee right now. We'll be seeing some of these strong straight line winds. And again, so if you're waking up to this, this is not a tornado threat. And if you've been watching us for hours, you've already heard me say that. But for folks that are waking up, different people are going to wake up different times and turn on the TV or turn on the stream and say, okay, what's going on? And we're here letting you know it's not a tornado threat. Strong winds, hail size of golf balls, maybe a little bit bigger. So we could have some damage to some roofs. We could have dents on some of the cars. But we're not going to have a tornado around here. That is extremely unlikely. And the later we get in the night, the less and less likely it is. There's some of the strong winds near Lecompton right now. Right over Lake Perry is the location of that. And that's moving in the direction of Oskaloosa, McLouth, maybe Ozaukee. But the strongest winds certainly are right over Lake Perry right now. And Oskaloosa, McLouth, it is heading your way. So I'll take off the actual radar there, and you can see where Lake Perry is. That's it. Now kind of remember that spot when I put the radar back on, and you will see that area bright green lined up right over Lake Perry. So that's where the extreme winds are going to be over the next few minutes, is right there at Lake Perry. That's the worst of it at this point. This is also very strong winds near Wakarusa and Forbes Field. And the hail core looked like the worst of the hail core was a little farther to the north, right there, this area close to Ozaukee. Are you going to run?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're still on CPS.
Okay. I know. I just know a lot of people are still waking up to this, so we're going to keep going for a minute here. All right, so the southeast part of Shawnee County getting the strong winds over to Lecompton, up to Ozaukee. So around Oskaloosa, McLouth, Lake Perry, Lecompton. You guys are getting the strongest of these winds now. And I'll put the lightning on here and see how that looks. The lightning is not as wild as it was earlier. All right, so Bridge, we're going to go ahead and drop off of the TV here. We'll continue the live stream, okay? So if you're in Jefferson County, you have the worst of this. We're going to continue live stream. We'll break it back in a few minutes. We have an update. Stay with us right here. We'll keep you safe and informed all night. Thank you. All right, so we'll continue live streaming here. And the worst of this winds now is in Jefferson County. The button crawls up. Okay, thank you. You guys are doing awesome. Thank you very much. All right.
I'm going to monitor Facebook from home.
Okay. If you tried to sleep, you couldn't anyway, right? Okay, I couldn't sleep. All right, so Jefferson County. The worst part of this wind is right over Lake Perry right now. The biggest of the hail, most likely, between Meriden and Lake Perry. Lecompton, Perry, Oskaloosa, McLouth. You guys are all in the path of this. We'll see if this stays severe over into Kansas City, and it might. Now, upstream, this storm really kind of just developed near Abilene. So this is the new severe storm warning. It goes until 3:30. I'm going to check out the data on this one. So we have a severe storm warning issued a couple minutes ago. Dickinson County, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail, going until 3:30. Okay, those are the details in this thing. And they are continuing the warning for Douglas, Jackson, Jefferson, Osage, and Shawnee. They just updated this one. So let's pan over there and see what they've done. So what you'll see here is the west part of this warning was cropped off, Silver Lake to Auburn. They continue the warning over here into Jefferson County. You can see all the lightning there as well. So with this, this warning, they say, get the details here on this. It's 307, severe storm located near Meriden, moving northeast at 40. Golf ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. And that's really the meat of it. That's what you need to know. So we've got severe storm warning, and the worst part of it really is this Meriden, Ozaukee, to Lake Perry area. This is the leading edge of those winds that are 70 miles per hour. There's hail in here that's at least the size of quarters and could be up to 2 inches diameter. All right, they're going to let the warning go that's in Wabunsee County over here. This one. This is going to be allowed to expire in 3 minutes. So that one will go away in a moment. Doesn't mean it can't ramp up again, but we are kind of bookended across the area by 2 different severe storm warnings. This one that has a history of causing all kinds of wild wind to 70 miles per hour and golf ball size hail or close to it. And this next storm that's really entering northeast Kansas, coming from the Abilene area and Enterprise from Dickinson County, and that'll start moving into Gary County and Riley County. So you'll kind of repeat the cycle again with another one of these. So, you know, it's been kind of a long evening already, but this can go longer, obviously. All right, let's check out the composite, and I want to loop this for 6 hours and see what we've had lately. And the reason I'm going to do that is to see what the trend is. So here we go. This is 6 hours of data going back to, what time is it now? 3:13. So we're going back to about 9:13, I believe. There's 9. So nothing was going on then. The storms intensify. This is the one that we were worried about that had the spin with it. And really that's the one. That's the storm that we were watching earlier in Morris County is the culprit that came through Topeka and in Jefferson County now with the strong winds. So that storm's been going for a long time, and it was the one that initially had the most rotation with it and just was the one that, if anything was going to produce tornado warnings, it was that. I'm not saying it would produce a tornado or not. Just if anything was going to spin enough to produce enough to have a tornado warning at all, it would have been that. And that's the one that came through with the extreme winds and now is in Jefferson County around McLouth and Oskaloosa and Valley Falls and Lake Perry now. So upstream, we have this next warning in Dickinson County right there, and there are more storms still forming upstream into north central Kansas. And overall, the computer models are showing this will all start to move southeast as a cold front over the next few hours. I'm seeing some signs up here in Jewell and Mitchell counties of some motion coming in from the northwest. It's starting to tilt some of those storms around a little bit. All right. So the latest we have there is a severe storm warning that's in place in Jefferson County. That's the worst part of this. The eastern part of Shawnee County is still in it. Douglas County is in this too. Lake Perry likely has strong straight line winds around the lake right now. There's still some strong winds here near Tecumseh and down to the southeast corner of Shawnee County. And moving toward Lecompton. Perry and Lecompton are in it right now. You're in it. McLouth, Oskaloosa, you're likely in this as well. And we'll loop this, the 30 minutes. And there's kind of a bow showing up right in there. So this is blasting the strong straight line winds to the Oskaloosa area right now and heading to McLouth. So that's not weakening. Right along Highway 59, Highway 16 toward McLouth, you're going to have some wind damage in here for sure. The hail is about the size of golf balls, they're saying, and the winds are still 70 miles per hour. Lecompton over Lake Perry. Okay. I'm going to go back and check the velocity on this again and see how rough the storm is that's moving through the eastern part of Shawnee County and certainly beating up areas in Jefferson County. The worst of this is this right here. This is the worst. So just right in Perry, Lecompton, over to Highway 59. This is the worst of the wind right there. And this is going to affect McLouth as well, and then Tonganoxie. Tonganoxie is going to be affected by this as well fairly soon. Let me get the mileage and how far it is from Tonganoxie right now. But Tonganoxie, you can count on seeing these winds. It's about 10 miles away, moving 40 miles per hour. So you probably got 10, maybe 15 minutes before it gets into town in Tonganoxie. So that's coming toward Tongi right now. Farther to the south there, again, this just went right across Lake Perry. Could have some damage there. That would not be surprised at all. The south side of the lake looks like it might have had the worst of the wind. And it looks like the worst of the wind's probably staying just north of Lawrence, but I'm not 100% sure. But it definitely looks like the worst of the wind is out of Shawnee County and moving into Douglas County, and certainly Jefferson County is taking a beating right now from it. Upstream, we have the storm that's in Dickinson County. So around Abilene right now, that next storm that expires at 3:30 p.m. And this one has hail the size of quarters and winds to 60 miles per hour possible. And that is moving into Gary County shortly. So we could have a new warning for Gary County. We could have a new warning for folks around Fort Riley up to Manhattan. You could be in this as well. So we'll check CAN drive from KDOT and see if I can get a look at what's going on over there, and if it's all that bad or if it's not so bad. Of course, early this evening, it wasn't a lot going on until we had the hail that started beating up the folks around Alta Vista and Alma again. So that's the view on I-70 at Abilene, exit 275. This is at Chapman exit. And there's the Milford exit from KDOT, so they don't look too wild yet. But that storm looked like it was kind of favoring northeast motion, so it'll probably get back on top of the interstate shortly. And if it does that, then we'll start to see the wind start showing up on the KDOT cameras again. All right, so again, we're using radars from Wichita and Kansas City because the Topeka radar is offline. The hail beat it up and or lightning. But the Kansas City radar is doing a good job of picking up especially the Jefferson County storm with the extreme wind in Oskaloosa and McLouth shortly. But Perry-Lecompton, the wind is either there or has just ended, one of the two. But if you're in McLouth, it's coming your way. If you're in Tonganoxie, it's coming your way. And this might get into the Kansas City Metro. That's a real possibility too. And this will be moving right toward areas like Shawnee, Overland Park, KCK. You've got the Kansas Speedway, Bonner Springs, those areas. But this is moving right toward a lot of those locations. So what do we got? 3:20 in the morning. Moving 40 miles per hour. Let's see how far away it is there from some of those spots. So from leading edge of the storm, 40 miles away would put it in Independence, Missouri by 4:20 a.m. So we'll see about 1 million people get woke up here in a little bit. I mean, that's going to happen. You know, with the wind that strong outside and this much lightning, you know, we're not the only ones dealing with this. It's going to go into Kansas City almost for sure. It's hard to imagine what would make that fall apart before it gets into those areas. So, all right, so we've got the severe storm, and the worst of this right now is definitely Jefferson County, Oskaloosa to McLouth, just east of Perry-Lecompton. Looks like the wind at Lake Perry is calming down some now. The north side of Lawrence could take some wind from this. It doesn't look like it's going to directly hit Lawrence from what I see, but there are several KDOT cameras there we can see as well. So let's check this out. This is a K10 east of Clinton Parkway, and you will see this is a kind of tranquil actually right now. So it's kind of on the south side, or the south side of Lawrence. K10 east of Clinton Parkway, some lightning, but the winds are just kind of chill. There's K10 at Cassold, no problems yet. There's K10 at Wakarusa, again, you know, no issues. But the worst of that storm is just to the north there. Again, going through Oskaloosa to Williamstown, Midland, Woodstock, in the path of that. So again, that's the worst of this is probably going to stay either the north side of Lawrence or barely miss Lawrence. So the south areas, south of town in K10, it didn't look so bad at all right now. But if you're in Oskaloosa, McLouth, the strong winds are certainly going to cause some damage around those areas. And right along, let's see. Yeah, 59 highway over to 16. So that's what you got there. I'm going to check out the storm upstream again. This one near Abilene. That's the one we got to see if it continues to strengthen or not. And just see waves now coming in. There's another storm in Solomon. It's not severe, but it looks like the rest of them, like it could become severe. And again, we're dealing with the flash flooding issue here. So check out the rainfall. We'll go to the 6-hour version here and check the radar estimates. This flash flood warning, Weather Service mentioned that 2 to 4 inches of rain have already fallen in this area, Alma, Alta Vista, White City. Not everybody has 4 inches in there, but 4 inches of rain is about a month worth of rain falling in just a couple of hours. And the flash flood warning goes till 6:30 a.m. The most dangerous place to be in a flash flood is most commonly cars. More than 50% of people that lose their lives in flash flooding are in cars that drove into floodwater in most cases. So if you encounter floodwater, do not drive through it. If there's water running across the road, you don't know if the road is even still there. So especially if you're in areas you're not familiar with. If you're in areas you're familiar with, you just assume the road is still there. That's dangerous too. You just got to be careful around floodwater, especially if it's running across the road. I mean, you just don't know if the road is still there. As wild as that sounds, it's very true. So, all right. So again, we have the active severe storm warning in Jefferson County. We have another warning in Dickinson County. And the one for Jefferson County is for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and that storm has a history of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds, has a history of producing hail at least the size of golf balls, maybe even bigger. And the worst of this is there from Oskaloosa to almost McLouth, and certainly past Perry-Lecompton at this point, and just about to work its way into the western part of Leavenworth County. And the warning out ahead of this, they have till 4 a.m. And this warning, they are saying 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So when you see a warning issued downstream of another warning, then this is what they think the storm is capable of at that point. So from that, it tells me the Weather Service thinks this thing has calmed down at least a bit. So that's good. All right, let's look upstream again. This thing coming in from Dickinson County. That warning goes for 5 more minutes. So what I want to see is when this warning expires in 5 minutes, does the Weather Service warn for Junction City and Fort Riley? Or do they put out a significant weather advisory or special weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour winds or something like that? Or they just not do anything with it? So right now, this storm in Dickinson County, moving to Geary County, so we will see if it gets a new warning or if they, we don't know. If it's not bad enough for them to put a statement out on. We will see. So 5 minutes from now, we'll see what they have to say about that one. For now, this warning goes till 3:30 as well, and it is the one for 70-mile-per-hour winds. But they just issued the warning downstream that goes over into Leavenworth County, and they are keeping that with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now, what is this? National Weather Service in Topeka has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for central Jefferson County, southeastern Shawnee County, northern Douglas till 4 a.m. 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-size hail. Okay? So let's do that. So they are putting a new warning in here. It goes till 4 a.m. and it is There's two boxes kind of overlapping on top of each other. So they say the location of this is located over Lecompton, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So a severe storm warning for a storm over Lecompton, moving east at 40. And we're going to put a severe storm warning for a big part of Shawnee County too. Got it. So back to the velocity here. I don't quite get that, but okay. All right, so the new severe storm warning, and this part of this warning is going to go away at 3:30. So this new warning right there, they say 70 mile per hour winds around Lecompton right now. So they're going to warn for this till 4 a.m. Excuse me. For Central Jefferson, Southeast Shawnee, Northern Douglas, till 4 a.m. All right. So in 2 minutes here, we will see the 3:30 warning expire, and we'll see this warning expire too in Dickinson County. So I am super curious to see what happens at 3:30 with the Dickinson County storm. But for this storm, if you are in Topeka or Auburn or Wakarusa and you just heard your weather radio screech, that storm is in Lecompton and going east. So if you're in Topeka and this thing just woke you up and you're turning on the live stream or seeing us on social media and wondering what's up with the new Shawnee County warning, most Shawnee County is not dealing with this. It is over in Lecompton and it's heading toward Kansas City. They can have it. All right, we have a new mesoscale discussion. What that means is weather for super nerds with all kinds of wild language that sometimes I don't even know what it means. So let's see if it's there. Is that the new one? 3:24 a.m.
Basically, it talks about a new watch being issued in Missouri. Not much for us here.
Is it for east though? Is it for Kansas City to the east, that meso discussion? Okay, just making sure that's what it was. So they say that this, I'll show it to you. Show you what nerdy stuff I'm reading here. If you're up at 3:30 in the morning watching this weather stream, then you asked for it. All right, so there's the map. And as Doug mentioned, this is Kansas City. So it's kind of hard to see it maybe. This is the Missouri state line right there. This is Kansas City, down to the corner of Missouri and Arkansas. It's corner Kansas. Topeka is right about there. All right, so this is a mesoscale discussion. Mesoscale meaning small area, discussion meaning discussion, and weather nerd meaning people like me. All right, hail, 1.5 to 2.5. Wind up to 80 miles per hour. Tornado, less than 90 miles per hour. So if there's a tornado, which they don't think there will be, small. The warm front's down here. The tornado threat's really south of that. So this is the area they're concerned about. So if you are watching this from over in KC, in that area, what they're saying is earlier supercells growing into more of a north-south oriented MCS with some increase in wind damage potential. A new severe thunderstorm watch will likely be needed into northern Missouri. Morris degree cells earlier in Kansas have begun to merge and orient into more of a north-south line with a more pronounced cold pool. The updrafts in these storms are still rooted well above the surface, but steep mid-level lapse rates will allow downdrafts. Blah, blah, blah. The fact that they say still rooted, right here, still rooted well above the surface. That part right there is nerd language for not tornado. So when you hear terms like elevated storms, that means that they can't become surface-based or elevated or still rooted well above the surface. Those things all mean not tornado. Just kind of code for nerds. Because we can't just say something simple like a tornado is not going to happen. You know, we can't just say it in plain language. You've got to put it in something like that. So that's the latest comment there from the SPC. They're wonderful. They do a great job. They really do. So we appreciate their efforts. All right, so let's go back over here to the radar and see what's going on now. So Jefferson County had the worst of what I saw a minute ago, and somehow the eastern part of Shawnee County was still in the severe storm warning, and there's new warning. All right, great. Here we go. New warning till 4 o'clock in the morning from Council Grove up to Alta Vista, and this is the same area that got hit earlier. It's just amazing. So they're saying 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. And the warning for Dickinson County was allowed to expire. That storm is this thing right there near Chapman. So this new storm right here, let's loop this and see what it's done. Really kind of developed out of nowhere. So 20 minutes ago there was no storm there, and now it's that. So let's see if it has hail with it. I'm not sure if the hail will work right since the Topeka Weather Service radar is dead for the time being. It shows a hail core. Couple of them, one southeast of Volland and one just south of Alta Vista. And let's see. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning going until 4 o'clock a.m. And it just shows that things are still developing. You know, we had the big storm earlier with the 70-mile-per-hour winds and hail the size of golf balls that went from Council Grove all the way through Tonganoxie now. That's the worst one. And now we have new storms developing. So it's not done with yet. So this storm, again, hail the size of $0.50, a wind gust of 60 miles per hour possible, that is heading toward Maple Hill, Eskridge, and then probably into the northwest part of Shawnee County. Let me read the text on this and see what it says. All right. 329, severe storm located 6 miles southeast of Volland, moving northeast at 35. Hail size of $0.50, northeast winds, hail size of $0.50, 60-mile-per-hour winds. All right. So that is this thing. And it is moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. And again, the hail core on that. They said southeast of Volland. So that's your hail core right there. And that's going to move toward Rossville, Silver Lake, Maple Hill. Probably right over our tower camera that's near Maple Hill. So we will see. Do you guys have to record anything that I'm in the way of yet?
No, they were just asking them to take up 5. Like, no, we're not doing anything. So you're just doing it.
Okay, good. All right. This is the view from the transmission tower, WIBW transmission tower, and this is just southwest of Maple Hill, about 5 miles. So we're looking toward Alta Vista, and amazingly enough, this camera is set in that position because I had it pointed that direction to look at the last storm. I didn't have to turn it. The storm's going to the same area again. So that's the area where we had the storm that came through with 70-mile-per-hour winds and ultimately made it into Jefferson County, and now is over in Tonganoxie with winds 60 to 70 miles per hour. And again, it's from the Midland Exterior Skycam network, and you're looking from near Maple Hill off to the southwest there into that storm. And that version, I think the lightning has slowed that computer down, so I'm going to just bring it up on the other computer here just because it's cleaner and you can see it better. So again, that's it. And you can see the base of the storm there. And there's nothing tornadic about this. It's just more hail and strong winds. But this storm, again, this one formed over like 20 minutes, going from, nothing to severe storm. And now it's moving back toward areas like Maple Hill and toward Rossville, Silver Lake, maybe Topeka. The last storm that took that same path made a right turn and then cut across Topeka and Lake Sherwood, Lake Shawnee, and then ultimately made it over its way in Jefferson County and the northern part of Douglas County. So we'll see what this one decides to do. But it's the latest new severe storm warning that's in place. All right, so let's see what else we've got. Here's the latest on this storm. Goes till 4 a.m. and it now says 60-mile-per-hour winds. So this Douglas County mess here is now 60-mile-per-hour winds with this one. And the storm near Tonganoxie, this still has 70-mile-per-hour winds for Leavenworth, Platte, and Wyandotte counties. So this one has a history. This storm's been with 70-mile-per-hour winds for well over an hour now. It came from Wabunsee County with 70-mile-per-hour winds through Topeka, Osage County, the southern part of Jackson County as well. Went all the way across Jefferson County, northern Douglas County. Still has 70-mile-per-hour winds now over in Leavenworth County. So this storm has been producing 70-mile-per-hour winds for well over an hour at this point. And that one's going to start moving into the western part of Kansas City shortly. So folks over in KC are going to start waking up to that storm at 4 a.m. here for a lot of folks is my guess. And check the velocity on that, see if it still looks wild. It doesn't look as impressive on the velocity here as it did. That's more of a rotation signature than it had earlier. So I'm not sure if it's in an area where it can get down and become surface-based, but that's more suspicious than it's been by far. So we'll see how the Kansas City National Weather Service handles it. But that's a severe storm warning right now, and it does have winds that are probably 70 miles per hour, and it has spin too. All right, this thing near Eskridge, near Alta Vista, Volland, just east of Volland now. Winds to 60, hail the size of $50. That storm's going to go right back into Topeka, and it's expanding still. And there's no other warnings upstream from that. So heads up Topeka, we're probably going to have our next warning coming in. I'm going to show you the camera again from the WIBW transmission tower. It's the Midland Exterior Skycam Network. I don't have the logo on this one because the computer that usually rolls this is not working right. But this is one from the Midland Exterior Skycam Network. And a minute ago we could see the clouds in the structure. Now you can just see heavy rain. You can kind of see the ground once in a while in the flashes of lightning, but that's how active this lightning is. That's the storm that is in the middle of Wabunsee County now and is rolling right back toward Topeka and Shawnee County. So folks around Maple Hill, I have no doubt this is waking you up right now. But in the next few minutes here, we're going to see that storm almost surely bring another severe storm warning into Shawnee County. And it's got that same kind of shape to it right there near Eskridge. This kind of seahorse shape right here. This is what it did last time before we saw that really wild wind. So let's see if this thing ramps up too. It would not surprise me at all to see Eskridge or somebody around Dover report some wild wind report, something like 70 miles per hour. This is very similar to what we saw, I don't know if it was an hour or 2 hours ago when the last one came through. But this shape right here is very similar, and it's in a very similar spot. But you can see downstream, that's heading right at Topeka. So Capital City, for folks that finally got back to sleep again, guess what? We're going to do this all over again, very likely.
As a scout said, I didn't realize this before. The watch goes until 4. We're going to extend it because obviously there's going to be more.
No,
after that.
I didn't see that. Okay, how late does it go?
It goes until 4 right now, but they're
Oh,
probably going to extend it.
they're
until 7,
okay.
the
Okay,
watch.
all right, good. So we're going to cancel the morning show and just do.
Yeah, right.
How long can I babble before I'm in your way?
What?
How long can I babble before I'm in your way?
Literally until the show starts.
Okay.
I'm working on the next 2 over here.
All right, good. All right. So this thing's, we're going to have a warning in Shawnee County again. So, but right now, the severe storm is in Wabunsee County and the corner of Morris County. But it's not really a Morris County problem. This is past Council Grove now. It's really more of a northwest Lyon County problem than Morris County, but it's really a rural area there in Lyon County. Certainly not a highly populated area there, but it's moving out of Morris, and I can make more of a case for it being Lyon County. Okay, so either way, severe storm warning till 4 a.m. 4 a.m., not p.m. I'm not used to this time of day, but that's all right. So this storm looks like it's going right into Shawnee County. There's no doubt about it. So the warning goes till 4 a.m. The worst part of it right in there, just kind of east of Volland and Alta Vista, and just about to get into the Dover area and then Maple Hill. Let's see how strong the winds are picking up in this. Did you see the update that it's probably going to be, well, they have to get maintenance people out to the Weather Service radar, so they're not going to have it today, at least not tonight.
For what?
The National Weather Service radar is still down, Topeka.
Oh, yeah, they're probably not going to be able to go fix it.
Yeah, right. So I get the experience of working with radars that are far away. So I was griping earlier tonight about this experience I had when I used to work in Jefferson City, Missouri. Okay, so the reason that's important, just on a night like this, is for Jefferson City, Missouri. We were right about here. We serve Columbia, Missouri too. The closest radars for us: Springfield, Kansas City, and St. Louis. So all the radars kind of work, and none of the radars work. When you're 90 miles away from the radar, you can't see the bottom part of the storm, and the resolution's lower. And look, this is Kansas City's radar here from Pleasant Hill, Missouri. Once you get out to about 70 miles, the data just looks funky. I mean, it just can't handle that distance. So what I'm working with right here is the Topeka radar's down. Lightning hit it or hail beat it up, something. Second time in 4 days. So it's right about here. So our radar, we are blessed to have it right there. We have a good spot for our radar. We really do. We're really lucky. I'll always complain and want more stuff, but truly we're lucky to have it. Well, now we don't. So here's what would happen if we had to deal with that all the time. Wichita radar doesn't look great in Wabunsee County. Kansas City radar also doesn't look great in Wabunsee County. You see the edge right there? This is what I dealt with all the time in Jefferson City when I was there. I was always dealing with that. So having the radar go down, I'll be happy when it comes back. But for now, it's hard to see how strong the winds are in a storm like this. Once it gets a little farther to the east, it's a little easier. And you can see the farther you go, the higher the resolution is and better you can pick it out right there. Around Bonner Springs, you can see the leading edge of the strong winds. You're closer to the Kansas City radar. Let's go back to Wabunsee County. Wabunsee County, you are looking 2 miles above the ground here at pixels that are 2 miles long and funky. Good luck. I mean, truly, the farther you're out from the radar, the worse it is. So both those radars do reach it, and both of them don't do it very well. So in Wabunsee County, you've got a severe storm with winds that are probably 60 miles per hour, but that's what the radar is dealing with that kind of distance. So we can see the storm expanding, but the other part of it is, was it really expanding or is it just getting closer to the radar? It looks like from both radars, from Wichita and from Kansas City, that it truly is expanding. And it's probably going to be a warning for Shawnee County a little bit. Now, upstream, Kansas City, waking up lots of people now. You've got 70 mile per hour winds possible over here now in Kansas City. They've got Clay, Jackson, Johnson, and Wyandotte for 70 mile per hour winds. And that's going to wake up lots of people. So this middle of the night storm system is certainly going to be waking up a lot of people. This warning for Jefferson and Douglas County still goes till 4 a.m. and it still says 70 miles per hour. Let's see what it looks like there. I think it's out of there. Yeah, that's gone. Let's go back right there. That is at 3:26, 20 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago, there you go. So this warning for Douglas and for Jefferson and Douglas County was this thing. It goes till 4. Now let's roll up to now. That feature is over there. So it is not a Jefferson Douglas County problem anymore. So that warning, and Shawnee County, Shawnee County's still in a warning until 4. Right. So I don't know. But just the eastern part of Shawnee County, and yeah, it's not hitting Shawnee County. It's in Bonner Springs. So, all right. The next monster we have to worry about is this thing right there that is coming through Wabunsee County, and we don't have any reports of it yet. (3:31 a.m.) There's a report of 59-mile-per-hour winds northeast of Clinton in Douglas County. So that's behind that main storm. It's a different storm. So let's check where that is. That was at, let me check the time again. 3:31, 4 miles northeast of Clinton. So let's go back to 3:31. Right there. 4 miles northeast of Clinton is basically Lawrence. So at this point, which is 17 minutes ago, the severe storm had 59-mile-per-hour winds right there. Roll it forward to now. And, that storm's Leavenworth County. All right, I'm going to let it go. This thing around Eskridge is really a question mark right now as to how bad this is. Almost to Dover and heading towards Silver Lake and possibly, very likely, seeing a lot of that in Topeka as well. So what I'm curious about here is this. Here's what we have. The storm is around Eskridge. I don't have eyes on it. I don't have reports on it. I don't have, I could see it from the radar far away. Once it gets here to the west side of town, I've got cameras, Auburn Road, I've got Menninger Hill, I've got KDOT all through town. I've got cameras here on top of the building I can see it with. But, so all of a sudden it gets to the west side of town, it seems like, oh, it amped up. But is it really that it amped up, or is it just that we can actually see it and accurately, detail what it is? So right now, this thing is so far away from the radar, I'm just not sure. Once it gets into Shawnee County, it's close enough to the Kansas City radar, I can really cut it apart better and look at it. All right, so here's a new warning. And they are going to drop this on Lyon, Morris, Osage, Wabunsee counties until, that's not till 4:15, that's not right. Okay, there's a severe storm warning for Gary, Riley, Wabunsee. Whoa, what are we doing now, guys?
Yeah, we're getting a bunch here.
They're challenging my little brain here. All right.
They're also issuing the new watch until officially 10.
Oh, they did all this at once, huh?
10, but I've got it.
Till 10 8? What?
Well, that's because the part of Missouri is going to be.
Okay. Missouri. Okay, so new warning here. Okay, let me scroll back up through the warnings. It's 3:49. Okay, that's that one. Gary, Riley, Wabunsee, and Lyon, Morris, Osage, Wabunsee. So let's do the one out front first. Till 4:15, really? Severe storm near Bashong, moving east at 40. Remember earlier I said that it was more of a Lyon County situation than it was Morris County? Okay, so near Bashong, they're saying 60-mile-per-hour winds, half-dollar size hail. And they say it's moving east at 40. So with that warning, and there are two warnings overlaid on top of each other, so I'm going to kind of white outline the new one. It's this. I badly outlined that. So it's that line to that line, and they're almost the same. But that's the new warning right here. And they're saying 60-mile-per-hour winds right here. So it's got this kind of hook thing. The hook thing doesn't mean tornado. Don't think that's today. The hook things tonight mean strong wind, and the hail falls just kind of north of the strongest of the wind. So they're putting that warning around this, and they are saying till 4:15 with this. So that's a relatively short warning for what we've had tonight. Different warning right here. This one is for Morris and Wabaunsee counties. So it's a different part of Wabaunsee County. So you've got Wabaunsee County here and Wabaunsee County over here. So you have two different warnings. You have one warning for Wabaunsee County that hasn't expired yet. New warning, both including Wabaunsee. So we've got a severe storm warning for this stuff over here that's moving across Gary County into Wabaunsee County. So let's read the details on this one. And this Weather Service says southeast Gary, southeast Riley, I missed that, and northwestern Wabaunsee till 4:30. Line of storms from 3 miles south of Ogden to 3 miles north of Latimer, moving east at 50. That's new. We haven't had storms moving at 50 miles per hour. That's a new thing. And let's loop this. And I can't necessarily tell by looking at it that it's moving east. I can't really tell, but there it is. Ogden to Fort Riley. Fort Riley's right on the edge of this. So around Fort Riley, this storm is just past you or just on top of you. But 60-mile-per-hour winds from Ogden down really to the southern edge of Gary County, and moving east at 50 miles per hour. So this one is winds to 60 and hail the size of quarters. I'm going to see if I can see any hail in this. And again, we're looking at radars that are far away from the storm, which is a real limiting factor. Excuse me. So the southeast corner of Riley County is in this. I'm going to see if it's actually in the city limits. Okay, so for Manhattan, if your weather radio went off or if your phone's screeching with a warning and all that, that's where the warning edge is. It's not in Manhattan. It's just south of town. Bill Snyder Highway, south of town, heading south is in the warning. But Manhattan yourself, if you are getting an update that there's a warning for Riley County, you're not in this warning. So it is south of you. It's along I-70, included all the way over to the Alma exit, is in that severe storm warning. But Manhattan itself is not in that warning. So if you can go back to sleep, then try. But the warning is not for Manhattan. It's just south of you, but not including the city of Manhattan. All right, so there are the mess of warnings we have right now. And one of these expires at 4 o'clock. That is in, we've got more lightning here. Okay, so we have lightning outside again. And last time we had lightning, we got kicked off the air and off streaming. So hopefully the lightning will behave this time. But we're seeing a storm right here. So the TV station, I mentioned the Hollywood theaters where it used to be up here. TV station's right about there. And you can hear if you hear thunder outside, you know, that's what it is. So, and sometimes I can even see the lightning is real close to us. Sometimes it shows up here on the radar really, really fast. All right, my phone's ringing. That probably means we have a new warning. All right, so here at the TV station, it's raining hard. That's okay. It won't be okay if it kicks us off air and off social media again. All right, so we have the warning over here, still in place in Jefferson County and Douglas County until 4. And really, it's a second wave. It's not the first batch of stuff that was moving through there. If there's severe weather still in Jefferson and Douglas County, it's from a new storm that's been developing there. So this activity coming out of Wabaunsee County, it's not moved out of yet. It's still a long line of storms from the corner of Lyon County into Wabunsee County. This is all severe with winds currently that are estimated at 60 miles per hour. I hesitate to say that because this looks a lot like what happened to us a couple of hours ago when a storm that looked almost identical ramped up to 70 miles per hour winds very quickly and caused us a lot of problems and probably woke a lot of people up. So right now we have the warnings there in Lyon County and the southern part of Wabunsee County. Hey, Bridge, can you put me on TV again? Thank you. I'll wait for you to wave at me. All right, thanks for staying with us here on WIBW TV and social media. We do appreciate you watching the live stream and keeping track of us on social media here and on TV as well. Breaking in on TV once in a while when we have new things to update you with, but we're continuously streaming on WIBW.com and on social media as well. So here are the warnings. This one for Jefferson and Douglas County expires in 2 minutes. We'll see if they reissue this or not, but the storm around Clinton Lake and around Lawrence itself still looks pretty strong. The west side of Shawnee County, look at all of this lightning coming in. Lots and lots of lightning. Maple Hill, Willard, Dover, lots of lightning with this. Now, the severe storm is right here. It's kind of a line of severe storms, as a matter of fact. Eskridge is in this. Dunlap is in this. Allen is in this. Admire is all in this. So we have that severe storm warning going until 4:15. This is for Wabunsee County, northern Lyon County, and part of Morris County. Also, western Osage County is in that severe storm warning. And winds to 60 miles per hour is what they're saying with that part of the storm. There's another storm over here. This one also includes parts of Wabunsee County, so it could be kind of confusing. But this one, from just south of Ogden down to the rural eastern part of Gary County, moving along I-70. This storm is moving 50 miles per hour. It has winds to 60 miles per hour and hail the size of $50. That's moving toward Alma and toward Vollant and Alta Vista again. So there are two different severe storm warnings that are in Wabunsee County right now. And we're watching this storm very closely coming out of Wabunsee County to see if we wind up with a warning for Shawnee County. We probably will, and we'll see how strong it is once it gets into Topeka. All right, we'll continue with the live stream. We'll break back in on TV in a few minutes with a new update. Stay with us. Thank you. All right, so we're back off TV and back on the live stream. And just want to do both. Want to make sure that wherever people are that are trying to get this information, that we've got you. So this stuff coming across Wabunsee County at a minimum is going to be flooding rains. It is, I mean, again, I've griped about this all night, but I'm also just trying to tell you for information that the Topeka Weather Service radar is down. Lightning hit it, hail hit it, something hit it. So we are using the Kansas City and Wichita radars. So what we see isn't necessarily as good as what we normally see on the radar. So what I'm seeing here is this area, this looks bigger than what's probably going on, wider. But the intensity, I see a lot of lightning here, which tells me that part of the storm is almost surely real. And that is moving into the western part of Shawnee County right now. That's not a small storm. It's expanded over the last hour. It looks a lot like the last one that came in. So I fully expect to see a nasty storm moving into Silver Lake, Rossville, and at least Topeka's going to get heavy rain, the whole city, from this next wave. The question is whether or not we see winds that are 60 miles per hour worse again in town, which we've already seen earlier this evening. But right now, that warning goes right up to the edge of Shawnee County and goes until 4:15. So Eskridge, Dover to Harveyville. Very heavy rain right now, a lot of lightning with this. The northwest part of Lyon County is seeing winds that are probably 60 miles per hour right now out of this. Check the velocity, and that's from the Wichita radar, which shows the leading edge of the strong winds near Bushong and Allen. And the Topeka radar is seeing strong winds getting into the Eskridge area and probably Dover. Here we go again. Okay, so you can be pretty sure we're about to get a warning. We're probably going to get a warning here in a moment for Lyon County, or for Shawnee County. Pretty sure. All right, let's check out the view from Menninger Hill in Topeka. I'm going to see if I can get a look at the storm that's coming in. Oh, it's raining so hard I can't hardly see anything. So that's the view on the west side of Topeka right now, where it's already raining heavily, so it's hard for me to see the storm structure coming in. And here, check this out. This is the KDOT camera in Topeka. And this is just going to show you how soggy everything is. I mean, every place, you know, it's not just Topeka that's soggy. You know, I don't want you to think that I believe that, but you can just see here this ditch is about full on the side there, and there's another inch or more of rain about to arrive. So that's I-70 looking from the west side of Wanamaker, looking west. So to make you familiar with that, this is Wanamaker, and this is where you get off on 470. And if you try doing that at 5 o'clock on a weekday, good luck, because it slows down almost a stop. And the Powerball signs up there for how much money you're not going to win. And this guy's driving into the storm. So that's what you're looking at right there. But that's I-70 looking to the west. And again, that's where you get onto 470 here on the west side of town. Or you can get on 470. That's what that is. All right, let's go a little farther to let's go back farther into the storm. And the camera at Auburn's pointing straight down. I'm asking KDOT if they'll change the angle of that camera. My gosh. This is what I'm looking at right there. So I'm trying to get a different look because they're pointing down toward the street. I think they're looking for hail, but I want to see if I can see the actual wind there. So that my goal is. All right, so let's check out the radar again, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have a warning issued shortly here for Shawnee County. I'm not 100% sure of that, but it's a pretty good bet. So there's the warning now till 4:15. That's for 11 more minutes, including Wabaunsee, part of Osage, northern Lyon counties for winds to 60 and hail the size of $50. So you're looking at this area right in here. And we'll see. You know, the thing is that once these storms get in an area where there's a lot of people, and we have lots of cameras, it seems like they seem to intensify. I don't think that's what happens. I think it's just that we can actually see it then. So there we go. We have a warning there. This one is for Douglas and Jefferson till 4:30. And I believe that's a new warning for the second storm that's lined up there. So, yeah. Issued a couple minutes ago for Douglas Jefferson. So they're saying 60-mile-per-hour winds over Clinton Lake, moving northeast at 60. So they are saying they see 60-mile-per-hour winds over Clinton Lake. So that's going to include Lawrence. And that warning going until 4:30, and it goes into Jefferson County as well. So right there, that area of bright red you're seeing, this is what they're saying would be the winds that are 60 miles per hour, and it's moving northeast into Lawrence shortly. And then down the line here, I want to keep an eye on Lawrence because they have cameras that are right out ahead of that strong wind if it's really that bad. All right. Severe storm warning for Shawnee County. There we go. All right. 70. What? Okay. moving east at 55 miles per hour. Okay. Located where? Near Harveyville. And where's the lightning? Can you put me on TV again? Just wave at me. Thank you for doing all this. I really appreciate it. All right, thanks for staying with us here on WIBW TV. Of course, we've been live streaming all night long. That's what we do. So Shawnee County has a new severe storm warning. And it's not just Shawnee County, of course. It also includes Lyon County, part of Osage, part of Wabaunsee County as well. So this storm is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it is a new severe thunderstorm warning. Now, the National Weather Service says they see winds that are about 60 miles per hour near Harveyville, moving east at 55 miles per hour. So what we're seeing now is the storms are accelerating. They're moving faster. Faster moving storms doesn't always mean stronger winds or worse storms. Sometimes a faster moving storm just means a faster moving storm. They have extended the severe storm watch until 10 a.m. It was going till 4 a.m., but that's now been extended to 10 a.m. because the storms are still ongoing, of course. And as we check out the view here, this is on the west side of Topeka at the I-70 near Auburn Road exit. And as we look, this is looking northeast toward the city, you can see the strong winds and another round of extremely heavy rain moving into Topeka. So thank you to CanDrive and KDOT for helping us out with these cameras. It helps a ton. On the west side of Topeka, this is at Wanamaker, and what you're looking at here, the ditches are full from the rain. This is I-70, poke the wall. This is looking on I-70 west. It's where you get on 470 right there, the big Powerball sign and all that stuff on the left side of the road. You get on 470 going back that direction, and that is over into the storm. So we'll see if the strong winds get in here again and how bad it is. That's I-470 south of Gage. It doesn't look terrible. It's a downpour of rain so far. But again, you got Osage County in this, Lyon County is in this, and most of Topeka is in this again. So if you're in the capital city, waking up again to this lightning and wind, that's why we're here live streaming and covering this all night long, because I know a lot of people have heard about tornadoes lately. We had that wild tornado in southeast Kansas last night. Even Joplin was in a tornado warning last night. I'm not sure if it touched down or not, but Joplin being in a tornado warning and a PDS warning, all those things are, that's concerning. So if you're waking up in the middle of the night hearing these storms outside, I want to let you know what the situation is. We don't have a tornado situation here tonight. We've had winds of 70 miles per hour in several spots. We've had hail the size of golf balls in several spots, and it's not going to get worse than that, most likely. So here's this warning for Lyon, Osage, Wabaunsee counties. And you can see it goes down to the northern part of Osage County, and it goes into the southeast corner of Wabaunsee and the northeast corner of Lyon County. So if you're in Emporia and your weather radio is screeching, you are not in this severe storm warning, although you have rain just to your northwest, and it could produce a severe storm warning in Emporia. It might. Right now you're not in it, but you certainly could be. Up the line here, this warning goes for about 20 more minutes actually. Warning for Riley County to Wabaunsee County. This storm also is moving 55 miles per hour. We have some waves of wind in your Volland and Alma now, right down I-70. That part of the storm is 60 mile per hour winds, and it's moving east at 55 miles per hour. And again, this activity that's from Silver Lake to Auburn to Dover. I'm going to check the velocity on this and see if we can see where the strongest winds are. And the hail doesn't appear to be as big here. But right there near Willard, that's strong wind, no doubt. And that is just about to get into the west side of town. So yeah, that's going to be, that's not in the warning. That's just outside the warning near Willard to Silver Lake to Rossville. So that area, many times, I've told people many times that the warnings, it's not a severe weather fence. The weather, doesn't necessarily obey what we want it to do. This is I-70 near Auburn Road. mile marker 5353 looking northeast toward the city, and you can see the severe storm moving into Topeka. And I want to check one more thing, and then I'm going to send you back to programming. I'm going to check this camera at 77th and 70th and Davis Road. I want to see if that thing is getting nailed by wind right now, because again, that area is just outside the warning. But from the radar there, and Topeka's radar is down. It was beat up by lightning and beat up by hail, and it's the second time in 4 days that this thing's been down. But Topeka Weather Service radar is down again from the storm, and it is quite possible that we're not getting good data from it. So anyway, this severe storm warning includes most of Topeka, but I really think that there's winds more than 60 miles per hour just outside that warning. So we'll probably have another warning issued for the rest of Shawnee County coming up in a few minutes, probably. So, okay, this is not a tornado situation. So if you are having trouble sleeping, that's not what this is. There's tornado warning in Missouri up there, so that's their problem. But for here, this stuff is not likely, very, very unlikely, to produce any sort of tornado warnings or anything like that. So we are looking at several severe storm warnings. We've had a history of winds to 60 to 70 miles per hour at times tonight. We've had hail the size of golf balls at times, and just, this is waking a lot of people up. So please don't think that tonight we're dealing with some big tornado or some high-end wild severe weather threat. We're going to have some damage from hail, some roofs, some cars. Those kind of things are going to have some damage. We're going to have some flash flooding. Be very cautious driving. If you're going to be on the roads anytime, especially before sunrise, be very cautious driving, because if you drive into flash flood water and you just don't know what's out there, more than half the people that lose their lives in flash flooding are in cars. And those people driving, most of those people drove into flash flooding. And many of those people just didn't know it was there, or they didn't think it was that bad when they drove into it. So just be very cautious, especially if you're driving before sunrise this morning. Now, checking the velocity one more time. I'm just really curious to see what this looks like when it gets here to the west side of town. So here's one more look at this, and I know this is going to wake a lot more people up. So this is a look at near Auburn Road on I-70. Just 2 miles that way from the station, and you can see the very strong winds there, and very heavy rain. So that's how it looks, and that location is, I want to see if it's even in the warning, because I think I'm seeing winds that are above 60 miles per hour that are outside the warning area. No, it's barely in, just barely. And the velocity here, I was seeing the winds there that were almost surely stronger a little farther to the north. So yeah, these areas around Silver Lake and Rossville, I'm pretty sure the winds in those areas are close to, if not above, 60 miles per hour. So let's check out that view. Okay. So that's the view from our camera at 70th and Davis Road. You have to kind of look between lightning flashes to see how bad this really is. But I really think the winds in that area are close to 60 miles per hour. But I just don't know. But the radar's showing it. And the radar, again, is from Kansas City and Wichita, because the local radar took a beating from the lightning and the hail. And as soon as I say lightning outside is letting me know who's boss. We have some small hail, probably pea-size here at the TV station right now. Again, we're on the northwest side of town, is where we are. We are close to where the old Hollywood Theaters was. And our view looks just like that outside right now. So we're in pea-sized hail, and that wind is not 60, but it could get there in just a few moments here. Let's check this again. I have a concern that areas that are farther north of the warning are in this wind. So again, the warning includes Shawnee County until 4:45, just the area that's in the purple boundary there. It includes northern Osage County, got the southeast corner of Wabaunsee County, and the northeast part of Lyon County. It's for hail the size of quarters, winds to 60 miles per hour, and this does not look as bad as the last storm that came through Topeka. And again, I know that a lot of people are waking up, so I want to just make sure that we let people know what the situation is. This does not have as much lightning as the last round that came through, that's for sure. But this KDOT camera here at Auburn Road and I-70 looking northeast toward town, that looks particularly nasty. So again, it's a severe storm moving in. And that's the view, I-70 near Wanamaker. This is just east of Wanamaker. And the winds there aren't extreme. Yeah, it could be 50 or 60 miles per hour. A little farther down south here. Let's go down to 470 at Gage and see what it looks like at that part of town. So that's 470 south of Gage. And the wind there is not terrible. Okay. All right, so that's the latest. We've got the severe storm warnings for Shawnee County, Osage County, Wabaunsee County, and part of Lyon County as well. And the difference now versus storms earlier is the storms are moving faster. The warning that was over here for Riley, Gary, and Wabaunsee has now been canceled. At 4:15 it expired actually. This is the worst storm we have going, and it has winds to 60 miles per hour from Topeka to Burlingame, Carbondale, Overbrook. So if you're in those areas, stay inside. And if you have to be on the road in the next hour or a couple of hours, please keep in mind that we've had extremely heavy rain in many spots. There's a flash flood warning in place for the area here that's highlighted, circled in purple. And the Doppler radar estimating that more than 4 inches of rain have fallen around Alma, St. Mary's, Maple Hill, over just south of Junction City. So there's several areas of flash flooding that are ongoing. All right, stay with us here on the WIBW channels. We'll let 13.1 go back to programming. We'll continue with the live stream, at least for a little while longer. Stay with us. All right, thanks for staying with us here on the live stream. And what I was doing there, kind of buying a little time, I didn't want to drop back to programming, and then all of a sudden, I got an obvious sign that there was 70-mile-per-hour winds rocking into town again. I could either see it on the radar or I could see it from one of the cameras. And thankfully, that didn't happen. The camera at 470, I-70 on the west side, west of Wanamaker on I-70. That camera right here, I'll show this to you. Once the storm got to this camera, come on. This is obviously not 60-mile-per-hour winds or worse. That's not what this is. Now earlier, it was buck wild for a while, but that's I-70 near Wanamaker where you get onto 470 on the west side of town. So that is not, something that's going to blow trees over or something. It looks worse from the camera there near Auburn Road. It just looks worse. Doesn't mean that it is. It just looks worse on that camera. This one earlier looked like a hurricane from the earlier storm. Not this round, the earlier one that came through Topeka. But this one, last time we had a car stopped right about there. We had the mouse on the northbound lanes. they were stopped, absolutely stopped on Highway 75. You know, so it's not particularly safe to stop on Highway 75, but I can't imagine what it was like for that person driving at that moment. And I'm glad they got through that okay, but they were fully stopped on Highway 75 in the northbound lane. That's how it looks from I-70 at Gage, looking to the east. And that looks like the winds are stronger there, but that camera is at a higher elevation, so it also can kind of accentuate it. And then we'll go down, whoa. So that's 470 at Gage. Now looking at here is these tree branches, you know, they're swaying and dancing, but they don't look like they're about to get knocked over or something. So this is a storm. It may even be a severe storm with winds gusting 60 in some spots, but it is not like the last one that came into town, or at least doesn't appear to be. So those are just really good views I have to look at this thing as it comes in and see, okay, how bad is this? What, it's 4:22 in the morning now? I am going to sleep till noon, just so you know. But all right, so here on Tonganoxie, in the KC Metro, we have several waves of what appears to be severe wind moving through. So over here, that's a batch of severe wind moving through Shawnee, almost down to KCK. This is severe wind near Liberty. There's a tornado warning over here. And that frame isn't particularly dangerous. This frame looks far more, oh, there you go. Yeah, that's it. So that's where they were suspicious about a tornado. And tornado possible, considerable, okay? So that was the severe storm warning over there. But you can see that that's the rotation right there, is near Turney, Missouri, a little while ago. And you come up to now, it's not as suspicious, but it's farther away from the radar. So, but that's what they're dealing with over there. So around here, our radar, we are using the Kansas City radar because the Topeka radar is dead. It'll come back. But you're seeing these bright areas of blue there, just about to go across Highway 75 near Highway 24. There's also some bright blue down here by Eskridge. And those indicate stronger winds. But because we're using the National Weather Service radar from Kansas City, you're seeing higher up in the atmosphere. So it's harder. It's hard to estimate how strong the winds are at the surface whenever you're looking at something from higher up. I'm going to see if I get a value on this, what it says. And it's going to be some scary number. Let's just see what I got here. Velocity, toggle. Let's turn off turn off the Topeka data and see if I get something there. Is it a wild number? Yeah, 83. So, yeah, excuse me. Allergies are getting me this time of year, this year. 83 mile per hour winds. Run for it. No. This is more than a mile above the ground. So that's why you're getting these big numbers like that. The farther away from the radar you are, the higher up it is, just because of the curvature of the earth. The farther away from the radar you are, the data's worse. So Kansas City radar is better than no radar, but when we're looking well over a mile up, the winds at the surface are not 83 miles per hour. If they were, we'd be getting all kinds of warnings and calls and social media stuff, but that's not what it is. When you're looking that far from the radar, you get bigger values. So right up here is what worried me, is I'm seeing that bright area of bright green that's closest to Silver Lake, just about to Highway 75. And those numbers aren't scary big, but it's not in the severe storm warning, which is what concerned me. Again, this is more than a mile above the ground. So it doesn't mean it translates to what's on the ground. What they are probably looking at is more like this line right about here, that being the leading edge of some stronger winds. So stronger winds down here by Auburn as well, and then kind of downtown. So let's see what it looks like downtown now. Let's see. Let's try that one. We'll try the view from Evergy Plaza. There we go. Downtown Topeka, the Midland Skycam Network, Midland Exterior Skycam Network. And these trees at Evergy Plaza don't look like they're being punished. It's raining heavy, no doubt. We'll try the view from the Cyrus Hotel. I'm going to zoom in here on the street lights and see if I can do it without this getting blurry. So what I see there is the rain is kind of falling straight down. So it's not extreme wind. I mean, the rain's not going horizontally like it is whenever we have really wild wind events. So that's good. And I'm going to look down. So I was mentioning that the wind was showing up on the radar near 75 Highway and 24. That looked particularly nasty there. But again, that radar from Kansas City is higher up in the atmosphere. It's not down at the surface. The Topeka radar is more like 2,000 to 3,000 feet above the ground here, so it's not hugging the surface, but it's closer. Gives us a better idea. So that's how it looks from the camera, from the KDOT camera, at Highway 75 and 24. This is not severe storm criteria. I don't see hail the size of quarters. I don't see winds that are, look like a hurricane or something. It's a heavy rainstorm. So the wind on the radar looks worse because it's higher up than we typically would see. So fortunately, this storm moving through Shawnee County, through Osage County, Lyon County, doesn't look as bad as the earlier ones were. So we will see if that holds true. Now, there is a bow echo showing up near Burlingame. That's going to be this right here. And that's probably going to be stronger winds, heading for Wakarusa, heading for Carbondale, heading for Scranton. So back onto the velocity here. There you go. That bright area of blue is a bigger number than what's really happening, but it is a good idea of where the leading edge of the strong wind is located. Probably right about there, almost to Wakarusa and Carbondale and Scranton. So we're going to see winds in this area that are probably 60 miles per hour or even a bit higher. Okay. Just realizing, I don't think that southeast Kansas has had anything in that tornado watch tonight. Like we had the severe storm watch up here, and they had the tornado watch in southeast Kansas. I don't think they've had anything go on down there. And I'll check that in a moment to verify that I'm not making it up in my own little brain. But all right, flash flood warning. Doug just told me this includes Topeka, Mayetta, Valley Falls, Lawrence. Flash flood warning for all these areas. So a big part of Jackson, Shawnee, Jefferson, and Douglas counties are all in a new flash flood warning. And you can see here in the Doppler radar estimates for the last 6 hours, there's some areas that are at least 3-4 inches of rain. And let's read the text on this from the Weather Service, who have been working very, very hard tonight, no doubt. So we've got flash flood warning for Northwest Douglas, Shawnee, Southern Jackson, Jefferson County, till 7:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time, I will be asleep. Forgive me. All right. 428 radar indicates 2 to 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional 1 to 3 are possible in the warned area. Yikes. Okay. So This says, this is important. Be especially cautious at night when it's harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. I have the reading glasses now that I'm not young. So be cautious if you're going to be on the roads. If you have to be on the road before sunrise especially, just be really careful. Just because a road you're familiar with is fine most of the time, if it rains 4 inches and there's another 2 or 3 possible, that can cause real problems. So be really cautious if you have to be on the roads this morning. I'm not saying don't go to work or don't go to school. I'm not saying that, but I am saying just whatever your routine is, just use extra caution this morning wherever you have to be. All right, strong winds. The strongest I see right now, Wakarusa, Carbondale, Scranton. Winds could be strong near Tecumseh. Downtown Topeka, doesn't look like the wind is that strong right now. I'm going to check the Cyrus Hotel view again from the Midland Exterior Skycam Network. And where are you at? There we go. For some reason my eyes aren't working as well at 4:30 a.m. How do you do this, Doug? Probably because you're in a good routine and you actually plan stuff. All right, so here's the view downtown. And again, looking at the street lights there in downtown Topeka, we're not looking at, horizontal rain or something. If you've been in Kansas for, at least one storm season, you know what it looks like when a severe storm comes and the rain is absolutely not falling straight down. That's at 10th in Kansas. There's the 10th Street sign right there. And this is not a 60-mile-per-hour wind. So downtown Topeka, that's rain. The trees over here, right there at 10th in Kansas. So this is just a couple of buildings down from the pennant. That tree is not dancing like it's in a 60-mile-per-hour wind. So that's great. The part of the storm that's farther to the south, Scranton and Carbondale, looks like it probably is closer to 60 miles per hour. And as Doug mentioned, the flash flood warning coming out a few minutes ago, they're indicating that this could produce an additional inch or 3 inches of rain, and we've already seen 2 to 4 in many spots. So please be cautious this morning. There is the bow shape showing up on the radar. That is near Wakarusa, Forbes Field, down to Scranton. And that is an area that almost surely has winds that are 60 miles per hour close to it. So check the velocity, and you can see that same shape showing up there. When you have strong straight line winds many times, it's like if you pour water on the floor, it kind of shapes that like like that. So, the leading edge of it is where you see the strongest winds. So this bow shape right here, Carbondale, Wakarusa, Scranton, that's where the radar's kind of making that shape, and that's where you probably got winds that are 60 miles per hour close to it. I haven't had any reports from down there that I'm aware of. I'll check, actually. Let's see. And nothing there lately. So, and again, the radar's high up off the ground there from Kansas City, so these values there west of Carbondale are higher than reality. So that's just showing the warning. If I do velocity and toggle, now what I'm doing there is I'm turning off the warning layer. Let's toggle this now. Oh, I know what I've done. Yeah, the trick here is that, all of my scenes have the Topeka radar in them, but the Topeka radar is dead. I have to take it out each time I'm trying to do something. So this is showing winds are 65 to 70 miles per hour, but that's about a mile up above the ground. So it's possible I could be getting the surface, but it's also possible it's not. So you're seeing those blue colors there in the northern part of Osage County. In Topeka, you're not seeing that. So the strong winds that are likely, close to 60 miles per hour are right here. Near Burlingame, Carbondale, heading to Overbrook, Wakarusa, but not north of Highway I-470 in Topeka. And let's look here. There's Forbes Field. And the strongest wind probably just south of Forbes Field and kind of north of Osage City. But overall, that line's moving fast now. The Weather Service mentioned earlier that these storms are now moving close to 50 miles per hour. So let's see how far that is. So that's 30 minutes ago up to now. All right, flood reports. We've got flash flooding northwest of Pauline. Water flowing over the road coming out of a residential area. Okay, so let's see where that is. So we have flash flood reports coming in a moment ago from the National Weather Service. And I'm going to tilt this view so I can actually see exactly where it is and not an estimate. So right there, we have flash flooding near Clarion Woods Park. And so that's 29th Street here. And there's Wanamaker and flash flooding over here, Clarion Woods Park area. So, and it says that they've got water running over the road coming out of the residential area there. It doesn't say something like water in houses, none of that, but it's just there's flash flooding. All right, they're canceling some warnings here. There's a flood report at 37th and Fairlawn. Okay. And they are canceling some warnings. So let's see what is up with this. Oh, they continued it for, okay. So they canceled some areas, they continued other areas, and they issued a new severe storm warning that is for Douglas and Jefferson counties. What? Gotcha. Okay, hey Bridge, let me go on TV for about 2 minutes here, and then I'm going to shut up, okay? All right. You thumbs up me, and then I'm going to do this and we'll go. Thank you for telling me that, Doug. All right, thanks for checking in with us here on 13 WIBW TV. We've been covering the severe storms and flooding and all this all night. We're in the live stream here in just a couple minutes. 13 News this morning is starting in 20 minutes. So here's the latest on this, and I'm gonna let the morning team do their stuff. What we have here is winds of 60 miles per hour moving into the Lecompton area again and over toward McLeod. So 60 mile per hour winds in parts of Jefferson and Douglas counties with that part of the storm. Right here near Wakarusa, Carbondale, really just south of Forbes Field, all the way down to Highway 56 is where we have winds that are about 60 miles per hour from the southern part of Shawnee County down into the northern part of Osage County. Now, the wind event is kind of calming down, but the flash flooding event here could be a problem through your morning commute. We have flash flood warnings for several counties here. It includes Topeka, Oskaloosa, Lawrence, up to Mayetta. We've got Junction City is in this, not Manhattan, but Wamego is, Alma. Many of these areas have seen 2 to 6 inches of rain overnight. So it's been extreme rainfall in many areas. We had winds gusting 70 miles per hour at times through the night. We had hail up to the golf ball size at times through the night. And right now, the threat is not as rough as it was earlier in the day, but the morning crew is going to handle it from here. So we're going to end the live stream here. We're going to end the late night Jeremy coverage and let Doug Myers and the morning crew take over. Thanks for watching us tonight, and stay in touch with the morning crew. They'll have all the details this morning as well and let you know how things are going through this morning and when the next chance of storms would be and what roads and what areas might be flooded. I'll see you tonight on 13 News. Have a great day, and hope you stay tuned for 13 News this morning with the crew in just a few minutes.